What's up, everybody? Welcome to Tiny Housin Volume 27. And I've been up to a lot of stuff today. I really didn't do anything that was on my list today, but I've got some videos that I recorded earlier, and then I made a trip to the grocery store, but I didn't really get groceries. I basically picked up everything that I need to do cold brew coffee from home. I got my paycheck from the bakery yesterday. I got a invoice out, and I decided to put a little bit of money towards getting my coffee situation under control so that I don't got to keep buying the pre-bottled stuff. And so this will be a permanent solution to that problem. Not really a problem, but it's going to save me money in the long run. And I didn't get every single thing that I needed. I'll talk about that some more, but I'm going to switch the camera over and continue shooting. Like I said, just got back from the grocery store, but I'm going to go back in time, play some other of the videos that I recorded today, and then I'll pick up right here where we leave off. What's going on? It's your boy Adam. It's Tiny Housin Volume 27 today. I just got up. The video, Volume 26, still hasn't uploaded to YouTube, but I'm going to record the next one. That's a big obstacle with YouTube, and it has nothing to do with how fast your internet connection is. I can tell you that for sure. It doesn't matter. I have uploaded videos to YouTube now several times from the library in Jamestown, from the homeless shelter in Jamestown, from my phone's internet connection, there's 3 internet connections right there that I can think of, from my best friend's house here in Conroe, from my new tiny house, the internet connection at my tiny house, and there's probably, the internet connection at Tim Hortons. I've uploaded videos from all sorts of connections. And sometimes, once in a while, they go up really fast. But more often than not, it's like a day-long waiting process. It has more to do with how fast YouTube will allow the video to upload than your internet connection will allow the video to leave your device. And so I can hit that upload button at 9 o'clock at night, and it's almost 11 a.m. the next day, and it's not uploaded. In fact, this time it got something like 95% finished, and then YouTube was like, oh, we had a problem, you got to start over. So their upload system blows. It sucks. It sucks and it blows at the same time. Their upload system is trash. Obviously, it's not easy to run a platform where at any given time you've got, 2 million people simultaneously trying to upload large video files all at the same time. But they also have the money and the infrastructure and the expertise to handle that. So, I don't know. It is what it is, and there's nothing I can do about it. So I just, I hit the re-upload button, typed in all the... They don't even let you, copy and paste the titles and stuff from the upload that failed to the new upload that you're trying to do. I've also done the uploads from my MacBook, from my phone, from other devices. It makes absolutely no difference. The throttle is YouTube. It is completely and 100% their platform that controls how fast everything goes up. So some of the times when people are wondering, you get up at 5 in the morning to do YouTube videos now? No, I hit the upload button at 8 o'clock the night before. And that's how long it takes. I used to shoot my videos in Jamestown around 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning. I would be done. I would be at the library by 9 when they open. And I would start uploading the videos around 9. And It would just completely depend on how fast YouTube would allow me to upload. Sometimes the video would be up by 10. Sometimes sometimes 5 o'clock in the afternoon would come around and the video still hasn't finished uploading. So it's completely up to them. Their platform is buggy. Like every other piece of software in existence right now, it's buggy. And it's just, all I can say is that if cars were built the same way software is built today, you'd all be dead. You would all be dead. You'd be driving down the road and the steering wheel would stop working at the same time the brakes fail. And then they would be, well, just file a ticket and we'll get around to fixing that someday. That's basically how it would work. You'd have a bunch of people in India cobbling together cars with duct tape and coat hangers to meet some arbitrary deadline. And then they'd bring them over here to America. You'd drive down the road and you would crash into the first telephone pole because the steering wheel didn't steer. And the car just veered off the road and crashed into a telephone pole. The gas pedal would get stuck in the down position, the brakes would fail, and the steering wheel would stop working all at the same time. That's what would happen if cars in America were built the same way that software in America is built right now. I'm surprised that this software even works to the level that it does, because I've been inside these companies. I know how they operate. They're just complete and utter garbage factories. So that's the software rant for the day. Even though I'm trying to find my way back into doing that work because it pays well, I'm never going to enjoy doing it. Period. It's kind of like, the funny thing about it is the job that I get hired to do at the software companies is literally fighting the software companies' garbage software production to try and entice them to do a better job. It's called a user experience designer, or a lead user experience designer, or a senior user experience designer. And it's all about the end user. It's all about making their experience better, which means that the software can't be buggy. It can't break all the time. It needs to be intuitive. It needs to be designed in a way that, if you leave it up to software developers without any kind of designer involved to put together a piece of software, they're only going to build something that works, that basically checks off the boxes that it functions properly. So if you have to do some sort of complicated operation like configure an HR system for a company. I worked for an HR platform, and there was an onboarding process for new clients. The HR administrator, the president, the vice president of HR that's onboarding their company to this platform would have to go through these steps. Step 1, easy. Step 2, pretty easy. Step 3 is okay. And then they would and you could watch the data. You could sit there and watch what happens. They get to this 4th step, and the 4th step of this onboarding process is so ridiculously stupid that 99.9% of the customers would throw their hands up in the air, call the company, and say, "You have to do this for me." Problem. It's a problem. It was this configuration screen it was so complicated that you would have to scroll 5 or 6 screens worth of data, of settings. Imagine scrolling a web page and it's 5 or 6 screens deep from top to bottom. And there are configuration options and switches you can turn on and off, and options to pick out of drop-down menus all the way down from beginning to end. On top of that, there are options at the very bottom of the page that, depending on which option you choose out of the drop-down menu, it changes the options that are available in all the drop-down menus above it. So say you start working from top to bottom as a new person who's never seen this before, and you start picking options that seem right for your company, and you get all the way down to the bottom, And then you scroll up to the top, and half of the drop down menus have been reset to say choose something. And that's because something that you picked at the bottom reset 5 or 6 of the menus at the top of the screen. Because based on the option that you chose on question number 72, questions 5, 9, 14, 15, 16, and 18 all had to have their menu reset because now they have different options in the menu because of the thing that you picked at the bottom of the screen. And so there was that. There was a bunch of other things going on with this. And so one of the things I did at this company, this is a project I was working on before the FBI drove into my house with a tank. The only way, so the company leadership wouldn't fix it. They're just like, we don't want to fix this. It's going to be too expensive. Why is it going to be too expensive? Because there were 100 different programming teams. Talk about 100 to 200 programming teams with 20 people each. Most of them from India. They might have a team leader in America, but the 19 programmers on the team will be from India. The programmers are all coming at me with, we have to reconfigure our database because the way that we built this originally and the way that all this data is stored, it won't be compatible with changing the user interface around. If we do all these changes that you're proposing to the user interface, we'd have to retool the database. And I'm like, yeah, do it. That's what you're going to have to do. And no, it's not going to be easy. I get that. But that's why they hired me, because I'm the guy who will sit there and say, yeah, do it. Like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, okay, we're just going to leave this pile of steaming trash laying on, for people who can't figure it. Like 99% of the customers that sign on to this thing throw their hands up in the air, get pissed off, and call the company and say, you have to do this for me because I have no idea what we're doing. And so you just have from project managers and company leaders and the programming team and the database teams and all the different people involved are pushing back on redoing this, even though it's the right thing to do. The programmers are angry because it's a complete rework of a system that's complicated. The database engineers are angry because they're going to have to migrate. They're going to have to build a completely new data structure and migrate all of the existing data structure into it. And they're going to have to make sure that none of the experiences of any of the existing customers breaks, because you've got, hundreds of tens of thousands, if not more, customers that are already using this, that already have things configured. And if you change the configuration or do something, you might break the experience of 2 million users all at the same time. Yeah, that might happen. So, and then you've got company leadership who's in charge of the budgets and everything, and they're looking at how much this is going to cost and how much time it's going to take, and they're like, no, we're not going to do it. So my job is to advocate for pissed off customers and say, how can we make this thing better so that the customers aren't angry anymore and hate this thing? And the first thing was to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt, 99 out of 100 customers who sign up for this thing have to call and have somebody inside the company set it up. And then nobody inside the company even knows how this thing all works. I would sit in meeting after meeting after meeting, and nobody knows. Like literally, like people would be talking in circles around this thing, and just to get your head wrapped around how hard this thing is to use was impossible, because you could have 50 people in the room and nobody really understands it. It's that complicated and stupid. And so one thing I did, I took a Miro board, it's an infinite whiteboard, and I started taking screenshots of the thing. I had somebody configure it for me so that it would have every single option available that a user might see when they log into this, because that's another factor. Depending on certain answers on the previous steps about the size of your company and the type of company and certain other things, tax things and things like that, different options would appear on that fourth step. And so that made it even more complicated. And so I worked with a couple of people, and we set up a dummy account that had all the options turned on. When I would get to that complicated screen, everything was available. And so I started taking screenshots. I took a screenshot from top to bottom of the entire interface. And then I went through each drop down menu and all the options, and I took screenshots of all the options in each menu. And then for each conditional thing at the bottom, where you choose an option from a drop down menu on question 72, and it affects the drop down options of 20 options from option 1 to option 20. I made a map of all this stuff. If you change this down here, it changes these things up here, and it has an effect on those. And I made a visual map of the entire thing, and it took me over 2 weeks to do this because it was so complicated and so convoluted. Plus, each one of these things, each one of these options, and there's lots of them, like I told you, it was like 5 screens deep. Every single one of them had a little information button that you could hit, and it would give you some instructions, and it would tell you, if you choose this option, this is what happens up there. And it was kind of like a roadmap for somebody. If you really dug in and paid attention to these little instructional tool tips that would pop up, you could get an idea of what's going to happen. If you change this down here, you're going to have to go back up there and change these other things because the options will be different. And so I took a screenshot of every single one of those, and I mapped this whole thing out, the whole thing, on a board so that everybody could see it. And it was kind of eye-opening because all of the conditional menus that would change other menus, they all kind of pointed to the same 3 spots consistently, because I drew arrows to connect all these things together, and what you would see is clusters of arrows that all pointed to the same thing. So if you changed, or clusters of arrows to where it basically, the way the arrows all clustered around things kind of showed that if we put these things at the very top of the form, or even put them in an extra step before getting to the next page, you will severely limit that problem of changing an option at the bottom of the page changes 10 things at the top of the page. We figured this chart clearly showed that here are like 3 things that need to be set before anything else gets set. And then it was just a mess, though. It looked like a bowl of spaghetti. You couldn't really even follow the arrows. You couldn't follow how any of it worked, but you could. You literally could. And that was the funny part about it, because you could actually, we started using this in meetings when we would talk about it, because, like I said, you could get 50 people in the room and nobody understands it, and nobody can talk about it in detail because nobody knows how the thing works. Literally, nobody knows how it works. So I started bringing this board with me to meetings. These are all Zoom meetings. So I'd be screen sharing, or people could get on the Miro board and look for themselves. And when they would start talking about something, well, I think that it works like if you do this and then it does that. And I could be like, hold on, look at the board. If you do this, then that happens. And I could point explicitly to, if you change this option down here, it changes these 3 options at the top. Or, I could point to exactly what happens, whatever you do. The thing was mapped out very precisely. And so it became like a roadmap it was a reference tool at that point for the whole company to actually show somebody who cared to look and cared to get intimate with it, how the whole thing works. And so then, because of how complicated it was, and because nobody had taken the trouble to document how insanely stupid this thing is, we start talking to the people higher up in the company, and they're looking at it, and they know that the thing is bad. They know that it's bad, but they're in a place in the company, they're in the leadership, they don't have to use this stuff. They don't have to use the garbage that they're feeding to their customers. In fact, I'm not kidding when I say it's an HR company that has an HR platform for companies to do all of their HR stuff. They don't use it themselves. They use another company's HR platform for their own company's HR. They don't even use their own HR platform to do the HR stuff that their company does. They have other platforms that they pay for to do it. That blows my fucking mind. So basically, once again, they don't eat the garbage that they serve the customers. They eat something else. They eat somebody else's garbage. And so they have no real, like, the company leadership has no real idea because they don't put their hands on it. They don't see it themselves. They just know that it's bad because they're told that it's bad, but they don't know why. And so I'm in meetings with higher up people and I'm showing them this board and how it all, and they're like, wow, that's ridiculous. Now they're getting it. Now they're understanding that. And it's like, okay, how much does it cost the company every single time? Every single time we onboard a new candidate, some internal people at the company have to set this up for the customer because no customer in their right mind would ever be able to set this up themselves because it's just too complicated. We're onboarding tens of thousands of customers a year. And if somebody inside the company has to spend 8 hours onboarding a customer because of this step in the process that the customer can't do themselves, how much does that cost the company on an annual basis? How much does it cost to spend 8 hours doing this thing for 10,000 clients? Okay, that's 80,000 hours. At, what are you paying these people that do it? 30, 40 an hour? That's a lot of money. It's too much for me to do in my head. It's a lot. And so now, when you look at it that way, is it worth investing the money that it's going to take to have the database engineers re-engineer the database, to have the programmers re-engineer the processes, the back behind the scenes processes that make the application interface talk to the database? Is it going to be worth having a team of 10 UI and UX designers redesign the experience so that it would be something that the customers want? Is it worth spending the money to have the user experience design team interview customers and get their input and have them tell me why the experience not only sucks, and do it on video so that I can use that video to go back to the leadership and say, here's 25 customers that we interviewed last week, and they all say that it's a pile of steaming dog shit. Here, I'll play the clips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc. I can play that for the CEO to hear and watch the CEO's face while he's getting put on blast by 25 different customers about what a steaming pile of shit this is. And so all of these things, this is my job. This is what I would get hired to do, to basically try and improve a company's software. So, in the equivalent of the car world I was just talking about, I'm the guy who's going into the meeting with the CEO being like, these customers are fucking pissed because they'd be driving down the road and the steering wheel stops working at the same time the gas pedal gets stuck and the brakes stop working and they crash their brand new car into a telephone pole. What can we, you think you might want to fucking take a look at this and fix it? Or are you just going to keep steamrolling everybody into, we can't afford that, or, all of our competition is trash, so why do we got to do a good job on ours, and et cetera, et cetera. And so that is kind of a fun job because I get to walk into the place and be a total dick. I don't have to be like an arrogant total dick, but it really truly is my job to say, look, this thing's a piece of shit and here's why, and here's what we can do to make it not be a piece of shit anymore. The decision is up to you because you're the one that signs the checks. And it's a fun thing to do. It's a better job, and it's a better place to be in a software company than just some peon software programmer that's checking off tasks on a to-do list every day, because you're actually in a position where you could, if they listen to you, that's a big caveat, but you're in a position where you can actually make an improvement to people's lives if you can get these bean counters to listen to you. And so it takes a little bit of I spend a lot more work doing research than I do doing design in a place like that. And so there's that. So there's the software rant for today's video. The other thing I discovered, bad software. It kind of goes along with bad software, but Facebook Marketplace is a steaming pile of dog shit. If you're looking for something, you won't find it. But once the Facebook algorithm decides that it knows what you're looking for, all of a sudden they'll start showing you everything that you're looking for. It's just weird the way it all works. It's so bad though. It's very poorly implemented. When you're looking for an apartment, and I talked to people about this the other day at the bakery, and they all agreed with me because they've had the same experience. If you go and look for an apartment or a house to rent, and you go to the real estate listings, and you look at the map view, there's a map, and it will put all the places on the map. And then you can filter by price. So you can say, I want to pay $1,500 or less. I want to pay $1,000 or less, whatever. All the dots will show up on the map. What you'll find is every single listing that you click on, and I mean every single one. If you clicked on 100 listings, 99 of them would be a room for rent in someone's house. None of them will be an apartment. None of them will be a house for rent. Not a single one. And there's no exclusion filter. There's no button or switch that you can check that says, don't show me rooms for rent, show me apartments and houses. There's no option for that. Every single result that you see on that map will be a room for rent. And other people have told me they've seen the same thing. But now that Facebook knows that you're looking for an apartment or a house to rent, the next time you log into Facebook Marketplace, the default listings that you see when you log in are going to be all kinds of houses and apartments for rent. You're going to see a bunch of houses for rent. You're going to see a bunch of apartments for rent. And based on what you click on from there, the results are going to start to skew in the direction of the things that you click on. So you click on a few one-bedroom apartments. The next time you come back to Facebook Messenger, there's going to be like 60 one-bedroom apartments available all of a sudden. None of these listings will show up on that fucking map. When you're looking specifically for apartments for rent, they will not show up on that map. I've tested this out because I will click on an ad that shows up in Marketplace and it will have the address in the ad. Then I'll go to the map view and the thing will not show up on the map. So their platform is completely fucked and broken. Same thing happens when you're looking for bicycles. You'll type in that you're looking for bicycles and you'll see bicycles and such, but you won't find what you're looking for. You click on a few things that are kind of what you're looking for, you leave, you come back. The next day you click on the messenger or the marketplace button, all of a sudden you're going to start seeing all these listings of the thing that you're looking for, and you're actually going to see what you're looking for. It's all AI garbage. Like they're basically trying to set up everything to be AI generated, and they're trying to stop the user from being able to make their own choices. Look at Netflix. I don't know if any of you were using Netflix when Netflix first came out, but when Netflix started out, there was a button in the main interface, categories. And then you could click on, I want to watch comedy, drama, horror, military, whatever, historical, there'd be a bunch of different categories. And then you could click on those categories. And then a bunch of movies would show up under the categories. And then you could say, okay, I want to sort by alphabetical order, sort by release date, sort by average rating. And you could sort all of these, and you could basically dig deep and find stuff to watch. Now what happens when you go to Netflix? There's just a bunch of, there's no more categories. And if there are, they're so buried that nobody will ever find them. They show, here's what the top 10 is. This is the top 10 things on Netflix. And then you scroll down. Here's what we think you want to watch today. You scroll down. Here's a bunch of comedies that we think you want to watch today. And it's all just a bunch of curated shit. They're just force feeding you the stuff that they want you to watch for whatever reason. But they made it impossible for you to make your own choice. They just give you a bunch of rows to slide through that are predetermined. Here are the 20 comedies that we think you can watch. And the messed up thing is that the entire Netflix catalog is still there. Things come and go based on licensing and whatnot, but the entire catalog is still there behind the scenes. And people have written apps that allow you to search that like you could back in the day. But you'll have to use a third-party tool. You have to use a separate app to go back to being able to browse by category and browse by rating and all those different kinds of things to find the thing that you might be interested in watching. If you just log into Netflix on your TV or computer or your phone or whatever, you're just getting spoon-fed like 50 different things that they want you to watch, even though they have a catalog of, 200,000 things to pick from. But here are the 50 things that we want you to watch, and we're going to make it really, really, really difficult for you to find the 200 things that you might want to watch. We're going to bury these things so deep that you'll never find them. The only way you'll ever find them is to do a search for it directly, or to go to a third-party app that allows you to sort by the categories and stuff. And the Netflix still has all those videos tagged by category, by year. They have all the metadata attached to those shows and movies, so that the third-party apps that people make can still do all that deep-level sorting. But Netflix has basically said, no, we're going to let AI determine what you're going to watch, and we're just going to make a list of Netflix-approved things that we're going to push on you this week. And that's what 99.9% of the people are just going to watch, the 50 things that Netflix tells them to watch, because they're too lazy to dig any deeper and find things that they might be interested in, because it's all AI bullshit now. And so Facebook Marketplace is doing the same thing. They're just pushing ads at you. They're just pushing listings at you that they think you want to see. But if you try and find them on your own, you'll never find them. And it's so fucking crazy. And so another example, the reason why I'm talking about this, the whole trigger for this conversation this morning was I needed to buy a drill. And I showed you the Ryobi drill that I got yesterday for $35. Came with a battery. I even went to Home Depot's website last night. That same drill with the battery is $50. So I saved $15 on a drill. It's like it's the bottom of the barrel cordless drill that they sell. And that's fine. That's all I need. I've needed a drill like 3 or 4 times since I moved into the tiny house. It would have helped me with something. And I was able to do what I needed to do other ways, but a drill would have made things way easier. And so, or a bit driver, etc. And so all I needed was a cheap one. But at Home Depot, the corded ones are like over $30. And the one that I got, the cheapest one that takes the same Ryobi batteries that I have, was $50. I'm like, I don't want to spend $50. So one random day, just one random listing, when I hit this local button on Facebook Marketplace, I hit this local button, and it just kind of shows you things that are for sale close to you, close to where you live. and there was this Ryobi drill that showed up. Now, tools don't really show up in my listings because I'm not looking for tools. It just happened to show up, this drill, and it was listed for $20. I'm like, $20 for a drill? Click on it. And in the ad, well, no, I texted the guy. I said, yeah, I'll get the drill. It says that you live real close. I'll meet you in the Burger King parking lot. He texted me back. He goes, I'll give you the drill and the battery, a 2 amp hour battery, which is better than the battery it comes with. He'll give me the battery and the drill for $40. I'm like, I'll do 35 because that's all I had in my wallet. And he goes, that's fine, but I'll just give you the battery that the drill came with, the 1.5 amp hour. I'm like, okay, that's fine with me. Let's meet. I walked over to Burger King, got the drill, walked back, done. Now, I log into Facebook Marketplace today. There's probably 200 ads in the default page showing nothing but tools for sale, and specifically drills. Drill after drill after drill after drill after drill after drill. Hundreds of them. And all they're showing me is I got a bad deal. I found the same exact drill that I just got, comes with a battery and a charger, brand new, $35. So I could have paid $35 and the guy lived close by. I could have met somebody else at Burger King for $35 and got the brand new drill with the brand new battery and the brand new charger for $35 instead of $50. Somebody else was selling the top of the line Ryobi drill with a clutch and with all the extra features and a battery for $40. That would have been like a $90 drill. $40. I could have got that one for $40. There was a DeWalt drill, brand new DeWalt drill with the battery it came with. I probably would have had to go buy a charger. But the DeWalt was $35. Same price I just paid for this Ryobi. I could have got a DeWalt, way better drill. It had a clutch, it had some other features that this one doesn't have, and it was a better brand. So it was just like a kind of rubbing it in your face, like, haha. And like I said, I wasn't searching for a drill. I didn't go into Facebook Marketplace and look for a drill. When I was looking for a drill, I looked on Amazon for a minute, and I looked at Home Depot for a minute, and then I moved on because I'm like, I guess I really don't, I'll just make do without it because I got other things going on this week. I literally could have got a hand crank drill, like literally a drill that you turn a crank with your hand. And you put a drill bit in and it doesn't take any electricity at all. I could have done what I needed to do with a hand drill. And there are a bunch of different kinds of hand. That would have been cheap. I could have walked over to Home Depot and picked one of those up probably for cheap. But anyway, it was like, so that I was telling you yesterday, use Craigslist, use Facebook Marketplace, use these things for your advantage because you can get deals on things. But sometimes don't jump the gun right away when you see something that's a good deal. Give it a day or two, especially Facebook Messenger. Give it a day or two because this algorithm in Facebook Messenger is going to start feeding you whatever it is that they think you're looking for. And you're going to find all kinds of ads and all kinds of results that you would never be able to find on your own because they're taking the Netflix approach where they just spoon feed what they want you to see instead of you being able to find it on your own. And so that was kind of a funny thing to wake up to today, that I just got this drill last night and I was all geeked because I saved a little bit of money. And I'm still fine with it, whatever. It's going to do the job for the amount of times I'm going to need to use it right now. No biggie. And I'm always going to have this tool, and if I turn it into a bit driver because I get a better drill someday, and I just put a magnetic bit holder permanently mounted in the drill so that I can just change from a screwdriver to a Torx to a Allen bit. If I just use it for that purpose someday, it's perfectly fine tool. It's going to do the job that it needs to do. But I just thought it was funny that I just got this thing last night Facebook literally showed me one ad for a random drill, and I was like, oh, that's a good price. I'll grab it. And the reason I clicked on it is because it was listed for $20. And I could have easily bought the tool without the battery for $20. That would have been fine because I have batteries. But I was just like, whatever. I got $35 cash in my wallet, exactly $35. If the guy wants to do the deal for that, I'll do it. And so I did it. And now, as soon as I log back into Messenger, not even 12 hours later, they're like, oh, by the way, you could have got all these other ones that are close by. Here's that DeWalt. You could have got a DeWalt with a battery for $35, you dummy. Why didn't you do that? And like, they're just like rubbing it in your face. And now I'm not looking for a drill, but for the next 2 weeks, every time I log into Facebook Messenger now, there's going to be 150 ads for drills. And I'm not going to be interested in them anymore because I just got one. So now I'm going to have to sift through all that garbage, the AI garbage, because now AI thinks I'm looking to buy every drill in the city of Houston. And the bicycles aren't going to show up. The apartments are going to not show up as much, and etc. But it's just it's so ridiculous that these things don't have to be this way. And companies are they're just turning all these platforms into complete trash. It's the same thing with YouTube. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm doing a live stream with a guy tomorrow, the guy Truth Tiger. And you've seen me do a live stream with him before. I think he's a cool dude. I watch his channel from time to time. I could say pros and cons and all that kind of stuff, but I'm just going to talk about channel growth. I don't really hear him say things that are considered to be controversial or things that YouTube would blacklist you for. He doesn't talk about the vaccine scam. He doesn't talk about the government in terms of like specifics. He kind of keeps it low key. And he hit the 1,000 subscriber mark pretty much at the same time I did on my channel. And which was for me, it was 60 days in 2 months it took me to get to 1,000 subscribers, and they say the average time on YouTube to get 1,000 subscribers is 15 months. And I just kept saying over and over again, it's because people like to see a train wreck. They're like, oh, there's a homeless guy on YouTube. Let's take a look at this train wreck. Because people like to feel better about themselves. So let's watch a guy whose life is a pile of dog shit. And that way, at the end of the day, I'll feel better about myself. And so I got 1,000 subscribers in 60 days. And then I found a place to live, and boom, subscribers stopped cold. I was at around 1,200 subscribers, maybe whatever. And that was September 9th, 2024. To this very day, I have not gained one subscriber. Not one subscriber I have not gained one new subscriber on this channel since September of last year. October, November, December, January. 6 months. 6 months have gone by without one new subscriber. Now, my videos still get engagement. I still get lots of comments. I have, you guys that come to every video and we go back and forth in the chat and all that stuff, and we talk to each other. Some of us talk back and forth on email. I'm making a lot of cool friends. I'm meeting a lot of cool people. I got no beef. I got no beef with you guys. None of that. It's YouTube decided to cut this guy off. He says things that we don't want people to hear. We're not going to kick him off the platform because we could probably get some money from the ads that we run on his channel, but we're not going to promote him anymore. We're not going to let people see the thumbnails. We're not going to put him out there. We're not going to let people find him anymore. They do the same thing that Netflix does. You're part of the catalog, but you're never going to show up on the screen for people to click on. And so I have not gained one single, and combined with the fact that once I found a place to live, train wreck's over. Let's move on. Nobody wants to watch it anymore because it's not a train wreck anymore. And so That's fine. I knew this. I've been saying this all along, that the only reason people subscribe in the numbers they are is because they want to watch a train wreck. What happens when there's a car accident on the opposite side of the highway? The side of the highway that you're on becomes a traffic jam because everybody's slamming on their brakes so that they can look over and see the car accident on the other side of the divided highway. Even though there's absolutely no reason on your side of the highway for traffic to slow down at all. There's no cops, there's nothing blocking the road, there's no lane closure, nothing. But everybody's slamming on their brakes to look at the accident over there, and then they take off and start driving again, and now there's a 3 mile long traffic jam, and you're wondering what the fuck's going on, and then you get there and you look over and see the accident, because what else are you going to do at this point? You already had to slow down, and then right in front of the accident the highway's wide open. So the whole reason that there was a 3 mile traffic jam is so that somebody could look at other people's misery. That's what people are attracted to. More people go to NASCAR races to watch the crashes than to watch the race. Like most people who go to an auto race, they want to see someone die. They want to see someone get consumed by a fireball. That's what they're there to see. They're not there to see victory. They're there to see defeat. So people love watching defeat more than they love watching victory. They watch ski races not because they want to watch someone go fast down the mountain. They watch a ski race because they want to see someone crash going down a mountain at 100 miles an hour and go tumbling down the fucking mountain and crash into a mesh fence and be twisted up like a pretzel and airlifted by a helicopter off to the hospital. That's what they're tuning in to see. So here I am, homeless, train wreck, getting all kinds of subscribers at a clip. Then all of a sudden, I find a place to live, and everybody's like, fuck that, we're going down the highway now. Nothing to look at, nothing to see here anymore. So you got that factor, along with the factor that I talk about things that YouTube doesn't want you to hear. And I have not gained a single subscriber in 6 months when I gained 1,000 subscribers in 2 months. Now, in that same amount of time, this Truth Tiger guy, and I'm not like, this isn't a jealous comment. This isn't like, what the hell is he doing that I'm not? This isn't anything like that. This guy's got 12,000 subscribers now. He's getting 1,000 new subscribers every month, it seems. Because I look at his channel from time to time. His channel shows up in my feed a lot. So I'll click on a video here and there. I watch a lot of different people on YouTube, and I click on his stuff once in a while too. Sometimes he'll talk about something that resonates with me because I've been through the same thing myself. And so all I'm saying is, he doesn't cross that line to saying things that YouTube doesn't want you to hear. And, he follows certain rules, I think, and his channel growth shows that. 12,000 subscribers now. He hit 1,000 subscribers at the same time I did. Like it was almost within the same week, because we were talking back and forth. And he's at 12,000 now, and I'm still at the same number I was back in September. Not one new subscriber, not one. And so I'm like, there's a definite reason for that. There's a definite reason for that. And that's YouTube. That's nothing. I could keep my mouth shut and never say bad things. I could never say the key words like Dr. Fauci and shit like that. I could keep my mouth shut and just not say those words, or do like what some of these people do. They come up with code words to get around the algorithm, where they're like, what's one of the, I don't even know what they are, because I think it's so stupid. It like makes me cringe when I hear them say it. They'll talk about the pokey pokey when we went to the doctor and got the pokey pokey. I'm like, oh my God, just shut the fuck up. Talk about it. But these people are well aware that if they say the jab, or if they say the COVID shot instead of the pokey pokey, their channel is going to tank. YouTube is going to shadow ban them. They're not going to get any more views. They're not going to get any new subscribers. Their channel is going to die in the water, all because they said the wrong word. So they come up with some code word that everybody knows what they're talking about, but they didn't say the word that caused the AI bot to pretty much put the kibosh on their channel. And so, but we're not going to defeat that level of douchebaggery by playing along with it, is all I'm saying. Like, at some point, you just got to make a stand and say enough of this bullshit. And just do what you want. You be you. I mean, I'm just saying, if that's what you're going to do, you're going to use secret code words and dance around the topic that you're trying to talk about without saying the wrong word, and that's the game that you want to play with these scumbags, then fine. Play your game, do what you want. I mean, you be you. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm saying I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put a filter on because I'm afraid of the big bad bot. So, anyway, today I'll show you in this video. It's going to be a long one because what else am I doing today? I am going to, I got paid yesterday from the bakery. I've got a check coming for an invoice that went out. I'm going to be okay financially for the month. So I'm going to upgrade a little bit. The next thing that I wanted to do was get my cold brew coffee station working. I didn't get every single thing that I need for the cold brew coffee. But I got a good start. I did not get a coffee grinder. That's going to be expensive. I did not get some other things. So I'm going to get ground coffee in a bag, either from the grocery store or from whatever source. I'll probably start getting it in bulk online because it's cheaper that way. But I'm going to start out using ground coffee. Now, I priced everything out on Amazon. Some of the things you can only get on Amazon. And then I looked at Target because it's a walk away. Here's another example, second example in this video of how it pays to shop around and not jump the gun the first thing you see. Wide mouth, 64-ounce mason jars on Amazon, $18 for 2. If you get a 6-pack, it's like $36, $40 for a 6-pack. I looked at this, now I went over and saw, what do they have at Target? They have 6 packs of wide mouth 64-ounce mason jars at Target, $17 for 6. It was $18 for 2 on Amazon. It was $17 for 6 at Target. That's a no-brainer. Delete that from the Amazon checklist and go to Target and get it. Measuring cups and measuring spoons, because I need measuring cups and measuring spoons in order to be able to do this right. The measuring cups and the measuring spoons that I want are different from what I got, mainly because of price. The ones that I want for the spoons and the cups are like $35, $36 for the whole set. The ones that I got were $10 at Target for the whole set. I got a set of measuring cups and a set of measuring spoons. They're not the cheapest junk that you can get. If I got the cheapest ones I could get, it would have been $5. I got ones that are $10 from OXO. It's a brand, I like their stuff, that's good quality, but it's definitely not the highest quality stuff that I could have got. But for $10, fine. When I get more money and I have a real kitchen, there's no reason I can't have another set of measuring cups and spoons. I mean, you really can't have too many of these things sometimes, especially if you like to cook. So no big deal there. $10. I need a whisk. Target. Got it for $8. Another OXO. It's the same wire whisk that I used to have at my old place. So I already know exactly what it is. I used to have it. So I got those 3 things at Target. And then Target gave me a 10% off coupon if I would order online and go pick it up. So I'm like, do I want to go? I mean, I don't like doing that. But I'm like, okay, so some ding-dong at Target is going to go gather all the stuff off the shelf, bring it up front, put it in a bag for me, and all I got to do is come and get it and pay now and save 10%. Okay, fine, 10%. Boom, done. So I got those 3 things at Target. Then on Amazon, I got the filters, the drop-in filters that go in the jars. You put the filter in the jar, you put the coffee in the filter, 4 ounces, and you let it sit overnight. Now the problem, or there's no problem, but one thing that you need in order to know that you're putting 4 ounces in the jar is a scale. I had to get a kitchen scale. The cheapest kitchen scale at Target was like $13. Amazon had one for $7. It was on sale for 50% off. Done. That's a no-brainer. A digital kitchen scale for $7, yeah, throw it on. So I got the filters, the scale. I needed, what else did I get? Lids. Lids for the mason jars. Now they make these screw top plastic lids with a flip open thing so that you can use the wide mouth mason jars as like a pitcher. It basically turns a jar into a pitcher. And they have, there's 150 different ones to pick from on Amazon. I didn't want 6 mason jars. I was hoping that Target would sell them individually and I was just going to go over and buy 2. But it was cheaper. It was cheaper to get 6 than it was literally cheaper to get 6 than it was to get 2. Because the only way I could get 2 was on Amazon. It was $18. 6 at Target was $17. They don't sell them individually at Target. So it was cheaper for me to get 6 of these things than it was to get 2. So I got the lids come in packs of 4. the ones that I got, because they're all different prices. They come in packs of 4. I got 2 packs of 4, so I've got 2 extra lids. The way I'm looking at it is I can use these glass jars to store water. The plastic bottles that I'm using right now really aren't doing it for me. They keep too much of the coffee flavor behind in the plastic. So I'm not digging these bottles for water storage. So I'm going to start phasing those out and finding something else. But actual water storage bottles are wicked expensive. Really, really, really expensive. I might do a whole show about how to store water on a budget. Because that's one thing. If you start looking for water storage containers, you're going to find out that you're going to shake your head about how ridiculously expensive they are. Ridiculously expensive. Hundreds of dollars expensive. Like, it will blow your mind when you start looking into that as to how they even get away with charging that much for this stuff, for what it is. And part of it is the fuck Joe Biden economy. But anyway, I've got the from Amazon, I've got the filters, the scale, the lids, and then the last part of it is I needed a funnel. First of all, it helps to have a funnel when you're sometimes when you're putting the coffee grounds. It helps to have a funnel in your kitchen, period. This particular funnel has a set of filters that go in them. So they're like a drop-in mesh filter. So what happens is when you're done brewing the coffee, even though the coffee was in a filter inside the jar, you pull the filter out of the jar. You let all the water drain out of the filter back into the jar. Then you take the coffee grounds, dump them in the garbage, put them in your compost, whatever you do with them. Wash out the filter for the next time. He just takes a rinse out. You're still going to have sediment in the jar. So what I do is I transfer the coffee. You also want to fill the jar fully with water because the 4 ounces of coffee is for a half gallon of water. But when you put the filter in and you have the coffee grounds in there, that displaces water, so you're not getting a full half gallon. So what you want to do is you want to take water, fill the jar to the top, put the lid on, give it a good shake, mix it all up so that you got 4 ounces of coffee brewed to half a gallon of water. If you don't do that, it might give you a headache. That coffee is going to be a little bit stronger if you don't top it off with the water when you're done brewing it. But then what I'll do is I'll transfer that into either glass milk bottles. When I buy milk, I get from local dairies that sell in glass bottles because the milk is better. And so back in the day, I had tons of these bottles because I would never take them back to get my deposit because I'm like, what? That's $1.75 deposit on a glass bottle. So basically, I just paid $1.75 to have a really nice glass bottle to store my teas and coffee in. How much it would probably cost more than that to buy glass bottles, but I can just buy them I can buy them by getting milk and then just keeping the bottle. And then there was a time that I moved and I had like 50 of these bottles. I took them all back to the store at once and got all my deposits back. I had like almost $100 in cash to go grocery shopping because I returned 50 bottles at once to the store, and they're looking at me like, what the fuck, dude? And I'm like, hey, give me my deposit. Shut up. But they have to take them back. They just aren't expecting to have someone wheel in a cart of 50 glass bottles to get their deposit back at once. So anyway, I have a couple of them right now. I don't have a lot, but you put a funnel in the bottle with this mesh filter, and then you pour the coffee from the bottle that you brewed it in into the bottle that you're storing it in. And at the end of the process, you'll see a bunch of sediment in the jar that you brewed in, fine, silty particulate, like that's there's going to be a amount of coffee that finds its way through the mesh filter because it's just going to be powdery. It's going to be like silt. And then that filter that you're pouring through is also going to have that filter is also going to have a bunch of sediment trapped in it. So it's just another step. It takes a little bit more time. It's not 100% necessary. It really isn't. But it gets some of that sediment out of your coffee. And what you're going to find is you could do that process 8 times in a row, and when you're done with the bottle of coffee, there's still going to be sediment at the bottom of the glass bottle. It doesn't matter how many times you filter it and strain it. There's always going to be sediment. When you buy the store-bought cold brew coffee, there's always sediment at the bottom of those plastic bottles. Always. It helps to shake it up a little bit. But it just depends. But you're going to get sediment. If you use a French press, you're going to have some sediment coming into your coffee here and there. The French press filter is going to get most of it out. But there's going to be you're going to be drinking a little bit of cowboy coffee when you do this stuff. And it's just the way it is. There's really nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do that's worth the time that it would take to do it, to completely remove all the sediment from the coffee. And I don't even think it's worth the time. But one extra step to get a good amount of it out is worth the time. So I got a funnel with filters, and the filter even has like a tamper. So you can sit there and squeeze out all of the coffee that might get trapped in the filter. And the funnel came with 4 filters. So if one filter gets clogged with too much sediment, I can pull it out, put the next one in, pull it out, put the next one in. And when they're all clogged, I can rinse them out, wash the sediment down the sink, and use all 4 of them again. And having 4 is better than 1. The process of doing that extra filtration step, it will take a lot less time to do it with 4 of those filters, the insert filters for the funnel. It'll take a lot less time to do it that way than it would to do it with just 1 of those filter screens. So Amazon is delivering the filters, the insert filters for the mason jars, the scale, the jar lids, the flip top jar lids, and they are delivering the funnel. The funnel's coming tomorrow, which is fine. And then Target already has ready for me to pick up the mason jars, the measuring spoons and cups, and the wire whisk. The wire whisk is specifically for me to make my own coffee creamer. I have pretty much everything else I need to make my own coffee creamer, so I'm going to move away today. I might go grocery shopping tomorrow, so I might make another trip to Target tomorrow. Today I'm probably just going to pick up that order, and I'm going to I didn't shop for coffee online. I could have got a couple bags of coffee and got the 10% off. But I was burned out. It was late. I'm like, I'm just going to pick up these three things, and I'm going to walk up and down the aisles and get a couple bags of coffee. 12-ounce bag of coffee will get you a gallon and a half of cold brew. A pound bag of coffee, a 1 pound bag of coffee is going to get you 2 gallons of cold brew. So now I can buy coffee bags. I can brew right now. I'll be able to brew 2 gallons at a time, either coffee or tea. And it takes about 14 to 24 hours. So today, I'm going to put 2 jars in of coffee to brew. And when I wake up tomorrow morning, I'm going to be able to drink that. And tomorrow, that filter, the funnel with the filter screen will be here. Probably sometime in the morning from Amazon. And so I might buy 1 or 2 more bottles of the pre-bottled iced coffee cold brew at Target. Just to say goodbye. Just so that I know I have coffee ready to go tomorrow. Just so that I have that as one more transition. But in the process of getting myself to where I can brew my own coffee and save money, and not only save money, but I can stock up on coffee, and I can get coffee now from multiple sources. The only thing that I'm missing is a burr grinder. You can get a blade grinder or a burr grinder. When it comes to cold brew coffee, you want to be able to control the size of your grounds, so you want to get a burr grinder. And coffee grinder, there's a million different options to pick from. It's money right now that I don't want to spend. I'll put it off for another month or two. I'll just get pre-ground coffee. That's going to be fine. It'll work just fine. But in the process of doing all of this, I have a kitchen scale. I have measuring cups and spoons. I have a whisk now. I have these mason jars with lids, non-leak rubber ring seal lids. I could take 4 of these mason jars and store water in them, so I'd have 2 gallons of water in glass containers. Or I could, there's tons of different things I can do. It's easier to fit the half-gallon milk bottles, the glass bottles, in this tiny fridge than it would be to fit the same number of mason jars because of the width. But I'm going to have a system in place where the only pre-made drinks that I'm going to have to buy from now on will be like milk and orange juice. Tea and coffee covered. And so it'll just be juice, and it'll just be juices, fruit juices, and milk or heavy cream or things like that. Everything else, no more coffee creamer, no more coffee, no more tea, pre-brewed tea. It's all going to be brewed myself. What tastes way better, it's way cheaper, and you're just going to keep going from there. So this is one day at a time, one step at a time, one thing at a time, whatever. You know, there's another prepper that uses that phrase all the time. I like it. You just got to focus on one little thing. Make one little improvement every day of your life, and things like this unfinished ceiling that's raining down spray foam all over the floor because the mosquitoes got in again last night, and they're banging up against the ceiling, and every time they smack the ceiling, they drop a little piece of foam, and now it looks like it snowed in here today. I am going to have to... I'm going to have to figure out what's going on with the hot water situation, and hopefully I don't have to escalate things, because the guy I'm renting that place from is cool. I like him a lot. I think he's a great guy. I don't want to have to be assertive if I don't have to be. He's pretty much gone and fixed a lot of, he fixed the washing machine right away, got me a new fridge. He's done other things. It's been easy to deal with. But this hot water situation was supposed to be fixed by now, and it's not. And I kind of looked into this. Just, what are the laws of Texas? According to the Texas law, you're required to have hot water at least 120 degrees And when you report the problem to the landlord has 7 days to fix it. If he takes longer than 7 days to fix the problem, I am legally allowed to withhold rent and just go hire somebody to fix the problem and take the money out of the rent, and there's nothing he could do about it. And I could also, there's a lot of other things that I could do and be within my legal rights to do so. And that's fine. If I have to do that, I don't have a problem being a dick when I need to be to get something done that needs to be done. But even if you're fully within your rights to do something like that, a problem that you're going to encounter, and this is just grown-ups talking to the kids, you'll find out that even though you're perfectly within your rights to exercise and do something like that, you're going to make an enemy now. You're going to be the problem tenant or whatever. And guess what's going to happen? You're perfectly within your rights to put your foot down and make something happen like that, especially if it's not being done. But now that guy's going to be mad at you. He's going to be like, man, this guy's causing me all kinds of problems, blah, blah, blah. Guess what's going to happen? If you forget to take the trash out on trash night, you're going to have a note stuck to your door saying, if you don't take the trash out on time, I'm going to evict you. You know, you're going to get all kinds of problems. You're going to get you're any little thing that person can find that you're not doing right, or that you've done something that's in the lease that says you can't do it. You hung something up on the wall with a nail. All right. I'm taking that out of your security deposit. You know what I mean? You're going to end up getting into a petty squabble over petty things. And I'm only saying this because I personally haven't experienced things like that too often, because I've always been able to work out these kind of things personally, one-on-one. But I have experienced it a little bit in my past, especially when I was younger. And I can tell you the stories of many, 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 many people that I know who got into a similar thing. A couple of friends of mine renting a house. There's a problem with the plumbing. They end up having to fix it themselves and take the money out of the rent. And even though they're within their rights to do so, all of a sudden that landlord became toxic and vengeful and petty and started causing them one problem after the next, and they ended up having to leave. They ended up having to leave their place and find a new place to live because the landlord got mad at them for fixing something that the landlord was supposed to fix, and they were within their legal rights to do it, but then the landlord became a petty tyrant and ended up driving them out of the place. Which is stupid if you're a landlord in that situation, because if you have two good tenants that are paying their bills on time and not only not destroying your property, but they're actually maintaining and fixing the property when you won't do it, then that's a retarded ass thing to do, to get petty and stupid with because you're going to end up with new tenants that come over and trash the place, and they don't take care of it, and they don't pay their bills on time, and they're going to be a bigger headache for you. But people are petty sometimes. I can tell you about another dispute someone got into with a landlord, perfectly within their rights to do whatever it was that they were doing, because the landlord was dropping the ball. So now the landlord gets petty. The heater broke. The furnace broke in the place. The landlord wouldn't fix the furnace, or according to the law or whatever, the landlord would have like 15 days to fix it. So instead of fixing it right away, that landlord waited until the 15th day to come fix it, and it was in the middle of winter. So this person had to live without heat for 2 weeks because the landlord was being petty, because this person wanted the landlord to fulfill the landlord's obligations. And after threat after threat after threat, the landlord finally fixed it, but it took the full amount of time that the landlord had, and he did it on purpose because he knew what the legal limit of the law was, and he waited until the last day that he had to do it, and he got someone over there to fix it. The very next day, and I mean, just things like that are going to happen. And so in my situation, I'm living in this little tiny house. The owner of the property lives right here. if you start getting into a big dispute about something like that, even if you're within your rights, you're going to have problems. So it's in your best interest, even though it's not right, to try to let this person work it out on their own and be patient about it. I feel like the long game, it's better to do it that way. Now, in this guy's defense, I don't even blame him completely, because he had a guy lined up to come and do the work. And it was supposed to happen this week. And the guy didn't show up. The guy blew him off. The guy didn't show up to do the job. And so I was here. I know for a fact that he had the guy lined up to come and do the work, because I was sitting here in this chair, or the chair that used to be here, watching them talk about it over by the circuit breaker box. And I sat there and listened to them talk about it, and the guy was going to come back on such and such date and do the work. And then the guy didn't show up. So I was expecting all of this to be done this week, and it's not even started yet. But at the flip side, I've been living in this place for a month, and it's closing in on a month and a half now, and I still don't have hot water. And legally, within my rights, I'm supposed to have hot water within 7 days of not having it. And I haven't had the hot water since day one. So I'm kind of like, how much longer do I gotta wait until I have to do something about it? I mean, if I have to hire somebody to come in and fix it and take it out of the rent, I would do it. But I don't want, that's another, it's all that's going to do is make my life worse. Period. So I'm not bad mouthing the guy. I like him. I still like him to this day. I'm not bitter. I'm not angry. I know if I was in the opposite situation, I would have fixed it by now, to be honest, because that's what landlords are supposed to do. But, they're, whatever. I'm not trying to be, I can tell you for a fact that the other places I was looking at were much worse than the place I'm living right now for the same price range. I can tell you that for a fact, that the other places I was looking at before I moved in here were much, much, much worse. One place I was looking at, I was afraid that if the electric company came and turned on the power to the place, that the place would catch on fire. That's how crazy it was. There were exposed wires and all kinds of crazy stuff going on. I was afraid that if I get the electric wasn't turned on, I was there during the day and there was no power. I was flipping switches and nothing would turn on. And the guy was like, oh, because you have to have the power turned on. I'm like, why the fuck wouldn't you have the power turned on and just switch to a different person's name? Like, that's a bad sign right there. But I'm afraid that when the power company flips that switch to turn it on, the place might catch on fire. And if the power's not on when you're looking at the place, you can't check to make sure the light switches work. You can't check to make sure an outlet works. You can't, inspect the place properly if there's no power. There was no water turned on. The water wasn't turned on. And the condition of the bathrooms was so bad at this place that I looked at. Horrid. 6 weeks of scrubbing with Ajax wouldn't get the stains out of the bathtub. It looked like dead bodies were stored in these bathrooms for 2 years, and finally, someone removed the bones. I mean, the bathroom in the Saw movie, where the dude was chained to the toilet and he had to either cut off his own arm or lay there and starve to death, that bathroom was nicer looking than the bathrooms in this place I was looking at. The bathroom in the Saw movie was a nicer bathroom than the place I was looking at. And I'm thinking, if they turn on the water, is the whole thing just going to go psh, and have fucking water shooting all over the house and water coming out the door because all the pipes are busted and leaking? Am I going to look under the place and see water just fucking dripping out and pouring out all over the place? And then all these water leaks I get to pay for because he's not going to fix them. And there's just water leaking all over the place, and I'm going to have to pay the water bill for leaky pipes. And I had this bad feeling bad feeling about that place, but that was the best place I had found so far until I found this tiny house. So you'll hear me complain for a minute there about how I still don't have the hot water. I still don't have the ceiling fixed. And, I kind of feel like that needs to be done now because the mosquitoes knocking down all the spray foam everywhere. Like, eventually the mosquitoes are going to make it so there's no insulation up there if that keeps up over time. But anyway, like, it's going to take a long time, but it's just, these are things that I'm like, crap. But I can absolutely assure you that if I had moved into that other place instead of this place, there's another piece of foam just fell down right in front of me. If I moved into that place instead of this place, the dumpy place I was just talking about, I would probably be going absolutely crazy right now, and I wouldn't even be able to, like, do anything. I wouldn't even be able to get my life back together because that place would be falling apart around me, and I would be constantly running around with duct tape trying to fix it because the landlord wouldn't fix it. So I just feel like Texas is full of this stuff because Texas is just full of condemned properties for rent because illegal immigrants aren't going to complain to the government when the hot water doesn't work. Things like that. I think that Texas, and it's a Republican state, and Republicans don't give a shit about poor people. That's why in states like New York, even though Jamestown is a dump, there are certain laws that have to be followed when a landlord rents out a property. And so you're not going to find a property where there's a toilet and a sink in the middle. Well, I take that back. Well, no, even at the place that I lived in Jamestown before I was homeless, the toilet and the sink were in a bathroom that had a door you could shut. Now, there were other problems with it, but that was actually a commercial space. That was an office space that we turned into an apartment, or she turned into an apartment. So that had less requirements. But if it's a residence, if it's an apartment that you're renting, there are laws. Like, they have to come in and they actually have to send the state to come and inspect, boom, 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 before you rent it to somebody. But here in Texas, it's just like, whatever. You put a cardboard box out in your backyard and you run an extension cord to it, that you can rent that out for $800 a month. So, like, Texas don't give a fuck about poor people. So you've got that working against you as well. If you're in a Republican state and you're poor, good luck, because they don't care. And then there you go. Like, I hate the Democrats. I would rather live in Texas where they don't care about me being poor than live in New York, where you can walk into the social services office and walk out with food stamps and money. So keep that in mind. But now I'm at hour and 21 minutes into this video, and I want to show you how I make cold brew coffee. So I'm going to hit stop, and I'll come back later on today when I have that stuff in my hand. Peace. Here's some Texas shit right here if you ever saw it. Look at that. All right, what's up? It's your boy Adam. Just got out of Target. I had an online order to pick up to get my cold brew situation under control so that I can stop buying the pre-bottled coffees. And the only reason that I'm talking to you from the Target parking lot is because I just saw one of the most retarded things I've seen in a long time just now. Here's a Subaru WRX sitting in front of me. I've been seeing those everywhere I turn around. Every time I turn around, there's another one of those. But anyway, if you've been watching these videos, you might get a kick out of that. Anyhow, I go to pick up my online order, which was the mason jars, a wire whisk, and some measuring cups and spoons. And I decided I'm going to go back to the aisles. I'm going to pick up some coffee. And I didn't want to do grocery shopping today. I have to be in a proper mood. I have to be in a good mood to do grocery shopping. I I just got to be in a different mental place than I am today to do grocery shopping, so I didn't do it. But I picked up coffee. I picked up 3 bags of the cheapest per ounce coffee that they had. 3 different kinds. 3 different 12-ounce bags. 12 ounces will get me 1.5 gallons of brewed coffee. So that's 4.5 gallons worth of coffee. It's gonna last me a bit. That'll give me time to find a better deal for coffee online. 2-pound bags is what I'll probably look for. I'll get the price per ounce on coffee down, way down, because I'm just gonna buy it in bulk. But for now, I got what I need, and I bought 2 bottles of the pre-made cold brew coffee that I've been buying to get me through the hump, because there's gonna be, I'm still waiting for the Amazon order to come through for the coffee, the rest of the stuff that I ordered that I need to get the cold brew system going. I might not get my cold brew in the fridge to brew until later on this evening. And tomorrow, the filtration, the funnel, and the rest of the stuff that I need will be here pretty much when the coffee's finished brewing. So I picked up what I need, and I picked up a couple of bagged salads, a couple of pre-made salads. That's gonna keep me from going to Burger King. So I'm gonna go home, I'm gonna make myself a salad, and I'm gonna have another salad for later. So a $4 pre-made garden salad, that's gonna be a lot cheaper and better for me than picking up a bag of Burger King on my way home right now. And so, let's see. The dumb thing I just saw at Target, the dumbest thing I've seen in months. I went to pay for my coffee and my salads and the few things that I picked up while I was there. And there was a line at the self-checkout line that had to be, every single self-checkout register was full, and there was a line of people, 50 people long. I'm talking, this line of people went across the store. People waiting in line to ring up their own groceries. A big line. People with full shopping carts, full of groceries, probably dropping $300 on their groceries, waiting in a long line to use the self-checkout lane. But the cashiers, they had 2 or 3 cashier lines open. And I walked over there was one person in line in front of me. So my option was to wait in line for 45 minutes so that I could ring up all of my own groceries. Or I could either ring up all my own groceries and wait 45 minutes to do so, or go to a line, wait for a cashier to finish ringing up somebody's groceries, and be the next person in line, wait approximately 4 minutes for someone else to ring up my groceries for me, put them in the bag for me, and put the bags in my cart for me. That just tells you how fucking retarded people are now. People are so fucking stupid now that they're gonna wait 45 minutes to ring up their own fucking groceries when they could get their groceries rang up by another person and only have to wait 4 or 5 minutes to do it. How dumb? How dumb have people become? How dumb are you people now? The only thing that would even, like, from a logical standpoint, the only thing that would make sense if you think logically, which people don't, but if you're one of those people, one of those old school people who think and have a brain and can like think about, like, what's the logical reason people would do that? Is there like a long line of people with full carts of groceries who are going to use the self-checkout line to steal groceries. That's the only thing that would make any sense in that situation. Like, are these people gonna ring up one item for every two that they put in their bag, and somehow they figured out how to cheat the self-checkout line, and so that's why people are willing to wait for 45 minutes with an overflowing cart of groceries to ring up their own groceries rather than wait 4 minutes for somebody else to ring up the groceries for you, like they're supposed to do. You know, back in the day, when this self-checkout crap started, you would see people using the self-checkout line because there was a 45-minute wait. You know, you walk into Walmart, they got 150 cash registers, and there's 2 cash registers with the light turned on. So there's only 2 people ringing up your groceries today. And I really love living in the city where everything's so fucking loud that you can't hear yourself think. I really hated living out in Amish country, surrounded by woods and tranquility, when I could listen to noises like this all day long. Really enjoying living in the city again. Really glad I had to do that. But aside from that, I remember the day. Like I said, you go into Walmart, there's 150 cash registers at the front of the store. 2 of them have the light on. There's 2 cashiers ringing people up. So you'll see a big long line of people buying stuff. And you had to go to Walmart to get a tube of toothpaste. And you needed a thing of chapstick. You don't want to wait 45 minutes for someone to ring up your tube of chapstick. You just want to get your thing, get out of the store, and go on your merry way. So you go to the self-checkout line. So you don't have to wait 45 minutes for your one item to be rung up. But now, they got these dumb lemmings trained to wait in line for 45 minutes so that you can ring up your own groceries when there's 3 checkout lanes that have nobody in line. You could just walk over there and the guy's gonna ring up your groceries and put them in the bag for you, put them in the cart for you, and all you gotta do is stand there and wait. That's how fucking dumb people are right now. That's all I got to say about that. So I knew when I went to the grocery store today, I picked up these. Number 1, these are the salad kits. You just get these pre-bagged salad kits. They come with everything: croutons, topping, cheese, maybe some pepper, some salad dressing. Everything's in the bag. You can just dump it and eat. So I did that to keep me from going to Burger King on the way back home. Quick, healthy salad. That's what I'm craving right now. I've eaten too much junk this week. My body wants some fresh food. So I did that. The section where the salads normally sit at Target is completely barren. I think there's probably an issue with their cooling system or something, but at least I saw them out the corner of my eye in a different section. And I got this box. I knew that this would happen. I knew that when I came home from picking up the stuff to make my cold brew coffee, that the order that I placed on Amazon would be here. But the box has all these warnings on it about lithium batteries, and I'm like, I didn't buy anything that takes a lithium battery. There's nothing in here. There's lids for mason jars, there's some coffee filters, and what was the other thing? There was, never mind. There's a digital scale in there that probably takes a lithium battery. Okay, that makes sense. So I'm going to unbox this. I'm not going to film it, but I'm just going to pull it all out. And what I'm going to do, I'll go through the bag. I'll show you what I got. And then I got to clear off some space. These are all clean, except for that coffee mug. I got to fill these bottles with water. That's my water storage right now, even though it's not really what I want to be using permanently. It's just what I'm using for now. And now that I'm not going to be buying these bottled coffees anymore, I've got to figure out something. I've got some ideas on what to get to store water, but I want to get to the point where I'm storing 50 gallons of water at a time. Even though I don't really have room in here for that, I could probably figure out I could probably figure something out. It might not be 50 gallons while I'm living in the tiny house, but that's typically, as a prepper, that's always been my goal for 20 plus years, to always have 50 gallons of drinking water available, because you never know what's going to happen. There's hurricanes. There's hurricanes here in Houston. That could be an issue. Having 50 gallons of water to drink that's pure, clean water is a good idea. But when you have a water filtration system like that, it's not something you have to worry about as much. So I might not want 50 gallons, but anyway, I'm gonna pull open this bag. I'm gonna pull out the stuff that's in it. I'll just show you. I'll do a little unboxing, I guess. Show you what I got, how I'm gonna do this cold brew stuff, and then I'll show you how to make your own cold brew coffee. I'm gonna show you the method I use now that everything's here. The only thing that's not here right now is the funnel with the filter for my second step. But in order to finish the cold brew, in order to show you how to do it, I'm going to have to show you the second step. So I'm probably not even going to upload this video until I completely, show you from beginning to end how to make a batch of cold brew and how I do it. And I'm going to tell you that there's 100 different ways that you can do it. I'm just going to show you the way I do it, because it works best for me. I've done it 10 different ways, and the hardest part, the most labor-intensive part of it, is filtering the grounds out of the coffee. And so I have tried a bunch of different ways. I started out just using things that I had already, and I just started making my cold brew with glass containers, pitchers, and different coffee filters and different things that I had already in my house. And it worked great. And I was making like a gallon at a time. I could make a significant amount, but it was a pain, and it was time consuming, and it was at a point where it would take me half an hour to 45 minutes of my labor and my time to do stuff that the way that I'm doing it right now takes about 10 minutes of my time. So just looking into the different ways that people do it and picking out the way that works best for me, it just saves a lot of time. And when you're doing it more than once a week, that's a 45-minute savings is a big amount. That's like if I could find a job where I can ride my bike or walk to the job in 5 minutes, that's saving me 3 hours every day that I don't have to ride my bike 40 miles to go to work. So it's the same kind of thing. Anytime you can claw back, time is the one resource in your life that you can, no matter how much money you have, no matter how rich you are, no matter what you have, no matter how much you beg, plead, steal, work, no matter how hard you work, you can never buy more time. You can never get more time than there is in the day. You can hire more people to help you out with stuff. There's things you can do to save time, but you can never get more of it. There's 24 hours in the day. That's all you get. So anything that you can do to take back some of that time and give it to yourself to do something else, even if that's sitting around watching Netflix or whatever, that's time that you got back from something that used to be labor intensive to something that you found a way to take the labor out and automate it. So I'm going to unpack, put away the few things that I got from the grocery store, and then at some point I'm going to brew the coffee. I'm going to get it in the fridge. There's probably room in that fridge for a gallon, and we'll go from there. All right, so here's the haul that came today. The six pack of mason jars, I'm telling you, that was the cheapest price was Target. And that was $17 for 6 jars. I didn't want 6. I only wanted 2. But the cheapest price was to buy 6. If I bought 2 on Amazon, it would have been $18. 6 at Target was $17. So always shop around. These are the lids. They're great. They got a rubber seal. They're a flip top. They're very similar to what I used to use at my old house. These are the lids that I'm going to put on these jars. I got 8 of them because I had to buy 2 packs of 4. These are really nice filters. Man, I am really impressed by these right out of the gate. These, you drop them down into the mason jar, and that's where you put your 4 ounces of coffee. Now, compared to the ones, these were cheaper than the ones I used to use. They were, I think, $14 for a pair. They're solid. Like, I'm squeezing this thing, and they're not bending on the sides. The other ones that I used to use were flimsy. You could squeeze them with your fingers, and they would crush. And the seam down here, down the middle, would break from time to time. I would keep spare ones in my pantry because the bottoms would come off. They would fall apart over time. These ones are solid. Like, these feel like rocks. The mesh is finer, so less sediment is going to come out of these than on the other ones. They're going to be easier to clean because they're so rigid. And this rubber seal along the bottom of the ridge here where it sits on the top of the jar, my old ones didn't have that. And that's going to make a big difference for how the whole thing fits together. When you put this in, you put the coffee grounds in, you put the lid on, that's going to make a difference for how well that jar is sealed. Those are solid. I'm already going to buy, if I can fit 4 jars at a time in the fridge to brew, I'm going to get another set of those in the next month or two so that I can do 2 gallons at a time. I know I won't be able to do 3 gallons at a time and use all 6 of these jars at once, but I'm definitely going to increase the amount of brewing capacity. Here's the scale. Here's why there's like button cell batteries it takes. But this thing is, I don't know, this thing was $7 and it's nice. It's a tiny little compact, thin, really super thin scale. And I'm digging this already, and I haven't even pulled it out of the box. I'm like, this is really cool for $7. I mean, the scales that Target had were junk compared to how this looks. And so, I mean, as long as it's accurate and it does the job, it seems to take it says on the box it takes a button cell battery, and it probably came with the battery. I don't know why they had to put lithium battery warnings all over the box for a little button cell battery, but, you know, who cares? Now, one of the disadvantages of buying stuff online is sometimes you see the picture, and then when you see the thing in person, you're like, what the hell? So the wire whisk that I ended up getting was this tiny, tiny little wire whisk, and I'm like, what in the hell is this? Like, what? I didn't even think they made these things that small. And so after I bought it, I went back, like, I paid for this stuff last night, and I just picked it up at Target. I walked in, I told them my name. I didn't have to show an ID. I didn't have to prove who I was. They just gave me the stuff. So there's a little handy tip for you. If you know somebody who ordered something at Target the day before, you can walk in and take their stuff, as long as you know their name. But anyway, I went back to where the cooking stuff is at Target, and I thought to myself, you know, what does the regular size whisk cost? And it was $1 more for the regular size. And I'm like, I don't even feel like going through the hassle of making an exchange, having to take this back, get a refund, and then pay for the regular size whisk. And I'm using this to make my own coffee creamer, to whisk together. I'm going to be using condensed milk, evaporated milk, heavy cream, and whatever other flavorings, extracts, and additions to make whatever flavor that I'm trying to make that week. And I'm just going to use this to mix it all together. So it doesn't matter. A small little whisk will do the job. And honestly, a little tiny whisk like that would be a great addition to my camping gear someday. So as I start to go and do road trips and camping again, I'll throw that in my camp kitchen, and it'll take up less space in the box, and it'll be a nice little thing to have. So I'm cool with it. I'm just going to keep it. I'm going to use it. There's nothing that I can think of where a little tiny whisk like that is going to be a bad thing to have. So I'm not going to waste my time doing an exchange. And then I got measuring spoons and cups. They're a little bit better than the crappiest ones that you can get. A little bit better than the junkiest ones that you can buy. They were $10 for a whole set. and they're nice. They're OXO. That brand is a pretty decent brand for, you know, your they're inexpensive, but the quality is good for the price. I have a lot. I get a lot. I had a lot of OXO stuff in my kitchen. I pretty much like everything they make. I had a nice coffee grinder from them. I had a lot of OXO stuff in my old kitchen, and so it's a good brand. Generally speaking, it's not the most expensive, but it's a decent, you know, for the price you pay, you get decent stuff. And then I got 3 bags of coffee right now at Target. The best price per ounce that I could get for ground coffee. Just making sure that I didn't get beans by mistake. Anyway, the best price I could get for coffee was $6.99 for a 12-ounce bag. Everything else calculated to be more per ounce. Even the bigger bags that they sold, different brands. So I got the Target brand. I got this Italian roast. We'll see how that goes. I got this family-owned community coffee signature blend. It's like fair trade and other stuff. You know, they're not using slave labor to pick the coffee, I guess. I don't know. And another one, I got Seattle's Best, which was actually like $6.40 for the bag. It was like 40 cents less per bag than the other two. So I'm going to try all 3 of these. I'm just going to, you know, and I'm sure every single one of them are going to taste wonderful. All 3 of these are going to taste better than any coffee I've had since I lived in the apartment in Jamestown, New York, where we were making cold brew on a regular basis and buying Wegmans brand coffee grounds in the 2-pound bags that they sold at the grocery store. So that's everything I just got. Mostly I needed all this stuff to make the coffee and to do cold brew on a regular basis. And basically I'm weaning out. I'm getting rid of these pre-made coffee bottles, and I'm getting rid of these bad for you pre-made coffee creamers, and I'm moving towards making my own stuff. From here out, those 2 bottles of creamer, those 2 bottles of coffee are my last ones, hopefully, and I'm not going to touch that stuff again unless there's a good reason. And a good reason might be a road trip or something like that, and frankly, you can't go on a road trip if you don't have a car. So for the foreseeable future, I'll be making my own cold brew coffee and whatnot. But a kitchen scale is good to have in your kitchen. Measuring cups and spoons are essential. A wire whisk is a good thing. So those are 3 things out of this purchase that are multi-purpose. These filters will not only allow me to do cold brew coffee, but I'm going to be able to do cold brew tea now. So I'm going to end up going to the grocery store tomorrow to do grocery shopping. I'm going to get some black tea, probably tea bags. I don't know. I'm going to have to see what they have for loose leaf tea. But I'll show you how to do that in a video. It's all just measuring. It's just a measurement. I do about 10 or 11 tea bags, or 10 or 11. It depends on the tea, and it depends on each tea is going to be a little different, but it's typically like 10 or 11 tea bags for a half gallon of cold brew tea. You can throw the tea bags in the filter. It just it helps keep sediment from showing up. It's just another layer to prevent sediment from building up in your tea. If you do loose leaf, it's about 10 or 11 teaspoons of loose leaf tea. I'm probably gonna, if I start doing my own tea on a regular basis, I'm gonna have black tea. I'm gonna have Earl Grey. I'm gonna have green tea. I'm probably gonna have some chai, because I like to do an iced chai. Chai with some of my if I did an iced chai with some of my custom creamers that I'm going to make, oh my God, that's going to be off the hook. So, and then I might even make some rooibos tea, which is caffeine free. But I'm really not, I don't know. Rooibos tea, the only way I can drink that is with lots of sugar. And that also I've got, what do we got in here in the pantry? I've got some sugar in the raw. So I got some good sugar. That's really good sugar for making, I don't put sugar in my coffee, but when you're doing iced tea, I'll show you how to make simple syrup. because you don't want to put, for cold brewed tea that you're serving cold, if you just dump a bunch of sugar in your glass and try to mix it up, the sugar's not going to dissolve into the tea. It only really dissolves if you're doing hot tea. So how do you get around that? You make what's called simple syrup. You basically mix water with sugar and you heat it up in a bowl or in your pot here until the sugar dissolves into the water, and then you pour that. I'm actually going to have to go get some little squeeze bottles for this, but I'll figure out something for now. You pour it into a container, and then you put that in the fridge, and that suspension, that sugar will not recrystallize back into the water. You've basically got syrup now. And so when you're pouring a glass of iced coffee, or I'm sorry, a glass of iced tea from your cold brew tea, and you want to sweeten it up a little bit, you take that squeeze bottle of simple syrup, you give it a good shot, and you got yourself some sugary tea without having a bunch of sugar crystals floating around that won't dissolve into the liquid. So that's how you do that. I'll show you all this stuff in a video, but right now I'm going to go chill, eat a salad, and I'm going to take a break from all this. And then when I get set up to do my first batch of coffee, I'll have everything set up and ready to go. All right, cold brew coffee time. All I'm going to do is start the brewing process. I'm going to show you how it's done. I'm going to change the camera around after I walk through the preparation here. But this is all you need. You need a kitchen scale. That's important. You need to be able to measure out what you're doing. Obviously, you need some coffee. I looked at the expiration dates on the 3 bags, the best by date. This one says best by August of 2025. That was the earliest expiration date, so I'm going for that one first. I just didn't have a criteria as to which one to pick first. The Good and Gather, this is like Target trying to pretend that they have some sort of organic, brands or something like that. It's basically just some branding. It's like the cheap, it's just like Walmart has the best value brand to, for the people that just want the cheapest of everything. Well, Target, when you go to when you get into marketing in America, there's always a store for Republicans and there's always a store for Democrats that sell the same thing. So you got Walmart where Republicans go to shop, and then you've got Target where Democrats go to shop. If you look at everything that these companies do, Walmart is for Republicans, Target is for Democrats. So the generic Walmart brand, it looks dirt cheap. It looks, basic. It's for all the Republicans that buy the cheapest thing. The Target brand, for their generic Target store brand, they have to make it look like it's some sort of tree hugger organic thing. So they call it Good and Gather, and they try to make it seem like it's some, organic tree hugger, sustainable eco bullshit. But it's all, it's just the generic Target brand. If you like pretty much anything, the 2 I can think of right away are Target and Walmart. Target's for the Democrats, Walmart's where Republicans shop. If you're into outdoor gear, if you're into camping and stuff like that, you have REI for the Democrats. That's where the liberals go and buy their camping gear. And you have Cabela's, and that's where the Republicans go and buy their camping gear. And the whole marketing strategy, you walk into a Cabela's store and there's just a bunch of dead animals everywhere on display, deer heads and animal carcasses all arranged nicely. They got guns all over the place. Everything's camouflage, hunting and fishing, but you can also get all the other stuff. You walk into an REI, they sell all the same, adventure and camping equipment, but REI is for the sustainable eco people. REI will have things like, here's a bucket that when you go camping, you can bring your poop home with you. Because, people can't shit in the woods without, the eco-friendly people, they can't take a dump out in the woods without having to bring it home in a bucket. Because, it's not like, your poop doesn't decompose when you take a dump out in the woods. You got animals out there taking a shit in the woods every day, but these people are so brainwashed into being eco-conscious tree huggers that they're afraid of taking a poop out in the woods. So that's the people that REI caters to, the people that they literally sell bags for when you go camping. You can bring your poop home, and then I don't even know what you're supposed to do. Throw it in the trash. So you get a plastic bag to put your poop in, bring it home. I guess you throw it in the garbage can, send it to a landfill so that your poop stays in a plastic bag for the next 6,000 years. Whereas if you just took a shit out in the woods, the flies would have eaten it within 3 days. That would have been like a party for a group of flies. The first fly finds that and goes around, calls all his friends. Before you know it, there's 300 flies having a freaking orgy on a turd. And within a few days, that turd's gone. It's part of the woods now. But, that's just the way it is. You don't see guns at REI. They don't sell anything. Everything at REI is bright colors, bright red, bright yellow, blue. Everything you buy at Cabela's is camouflage. But they all sell the same kind of stuff. And so, if you're like me and you're not a Republican and you're not a Democrat, you can shop at Target and Walmart. You can go to REI and Cabela's. I'll never go to REI again because they kicked me out for not wearing a COVID mask, and they got really nasty with me about it. And so I was like, I'm never shopping in your store again. And I haven't been back there ever since. But anyway, back to the cold brew coffee. You need a kitchen scale. You need the coffee. You need the jars with the insert filters. And you need some water. And that's it. You need some way to measure out the coffee. I've got two things here to measure out the coffee. I'll use a 1/4 cup scoop to get it close. And then I've got a teaspoon scoop to fine tune it so that it weighs exactly 4 ounces. And then I'm just going to mount the camera here on the tripod, and I'll show you the rest of this. All right. One of the things I'm having a hard time with trying to shoot these videos with this phone is the focal length of the lens isn't quite right. I have to put the phone really far away in order to be able to I've got other cameras. I could do a better job. I could be more professional about this, but I just don't have time. I have time to do this. So once again, nothing says that this is a proper cooking show than seeing a toilet in the background of where you're cooking and handling food. So anyway, it is what it is. We're just gonna get started here, and we're just gonna do this. I don't care right now about how professional it is. So I'm gonna pull open this bag of coffee. Open her up. Set her over here. Hopefully it don't fall down. I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take the lid off my jar. Take the lid off my other jar. Like I showed you before, these insert filters, they just slide right into the jar. Turn on my scale, set the jar on the scale, and then hit the tare button on the scale to reset the scale back to 0 so that you can see what you're doing. And I just want to get 4 ounces of coffee in here. That's all I want to do. I could just pour it right out of the bag. That would be all right. I might want to get a funnel for this, but I can be pretty good about this. So it's 0.74 ounces per scoop. So I'm going to want to do this a few times. 1.38 up to 2.01, 2.43. And my OCD isn't going to allow me to have 4.01 ounces. It has to be 4.00. I'm pretty good at not getting coffee everywhere, especially when I'm oh, here we go. We're over 4 ounces now. Now here's where I take my little scooper, my little 1 teaspoon scoop, and I'm just going to pull it back till I have exactly 4 ounces. 4.02. 4.02. Come on. Yep. Damn it. Come on. I know you're... $3.99. Come on. You can do it. 3.99. All right, this is probably why the scale costs $7. Because it's probably going to go from it went from 3.99 to 4.02. I bet I cannot get that thing to land on 4.00. Probably why the scale cost... This is probably why the scale cost. It's not going to go down. 3.95, 3.99. Now if I just... All right, 4.02. Yeah, it's not going to go. It's not going to go to 4.00. There's something with this cheap-ass scale. It's just not going to play ball. So whatever. It is what it is. 4.02 is not going to be... So I'm going to shake that up a little bit. Just if you look down in here, you see about how high the coffee grounds go to about this height in the filter. And then it just sits in there. I want to get the other one. Don't even have to tear it out. I'm just going to do the same thing. 4 ounces. Get that. I don't want to get coffee all over the place. I got a little bit of coffee grounds on the countertop, but not a lot. A funnel would make a little bit of a difference, but I got a little bit more, a little sloppy of a dump that time. All right, 3.32, we're getting close. 0.7. Oh, we're over 4. 4.16. Let's see what happens if let's see if I can get this one to be 4.00. 4.06. 4.02 again. It's probably going to go to 3.99. Yep, 3.99. I don't know if if the thing's not going to be accurate, they shouldn't have gone down to 1/100th of a decimal place on the ounces. Should have just rounded it off. Because I'm definitely... $4.02, yeah. That's just a cheap ass scale. So whatever. 4.02. I'll always go up and I'll always add the 0.02 instead of 3.99. Whatever. All right. So now I know that both of my jars have the exact same amount of coffee, more or less. 0.02, 0.03 ounces is not gonna make any difference at all. So now I'm gonna take these jars. And I'm just going to take this water that I set aside and I'm going to pour it over the coffee grounds. And I'm going to go a little bit slow because I don't want that to overflow. And it also has to, you can already see the coloration of the water. But what's going to happen is as I get to the top of this jar, plus I'm soaking all of the coffee grounds in this filter as I pour it over, so that all the coffee grounds are going to be wet as this thing gets filled with water. What's going to happen is the coffee grounds in the filter are going to float to the top of the jar. But as long as everything is wet, then it's going to brew. It does not matter. I'm going to pour that all the way up to just about the top. and then I'm going to put the cap on. You can see, I'll give you a quick look here. You can see what that looks like. It's all the way up to the top, but you can see that there's a little bit of coffee grounds there. I'm going to pull out my little scoop here, my other one. So I might just go and like tamp this down a little bit. But it really makes no difference. I'm not going to lie. It really doesn't matter. Just make sure that all the grounds are in there, and I'll just throw this in the sink so I can wash it off when I'm done. And so now I'm going to put the lid on. And I'm just going to give it a little stir. And then I'm going to throw that in the fridge. So I'm going to set this here. Set this out of the way of the camera. Do it again. Once again, pour the water in. But by making sure all of the coffee grounds in the filter are completely wet, there will be a transference. So even the coffee grounds that are floating on the top of the filter, it's all going to work its way into the water. And it's going to take 14 hours. That's the minimum amount of time that you want to leave it in the fridge. If you leave it in the fridge for more than 24 hours, you're probably not going to like the result. It's going to be a little bit too strong, and the flavor is going to change on you a little bit. So if you know you're not going to be home 24 hours after you set this stuff to brew, then just wait. Like, only do this if you know you're going to be home the next day. I don't have a life right now, so I'm always home. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna grab my little thing here. I'm gonna tamp these grounds down just a little bit. And you can see that even as I tamp it down, it's clouding up it's getting a little bit cloudy in there. You can see it's already starting to brew. But like I said, you want to let this stuff sit for just like this. Give it a little stir. Give it a little stir with the lid on. You got the rubber seal that these things really won't leak that much. And now I'm just going to throw them in the fridge. I got plenty of room in here, and should have plenty of room. Yeah, there's tons of room. All right, so now you see I put them in the fridge, and 14 hours from now, you're not going to be able to see the filter through the glass. And you can see I've got a couple of cold brew, pre-made cold brews behind me. I've got some creamer left. I've got two bottles and some change of the pre-made coffee creamer. But once I get this cold brew made, I'm going to set that off to the side. I'll go through the store-bought stuff, and then I'll start drinking my own. So transition's already underway. I've got a gallon on the way, and I definitely have room in this fridge to do 2 gallons at a time, as long as I don't have anything else on that shelf crowding it up. And there you have it. It's not much of a mess to clean up. I've got a few coffee grounds. I got to rinse off a couple of those things. I got some empty bottles to refill with water, and I've got enough coffee left in this bag to do 1 more bottle. So the next time I brew some coffee, I'm going to have to pick the next bag, and I'll do 1 jar of this kind, this Italian roast. And then the next time I do it, I'm going to have this Community Coffee Signature Blend Dark Roast. Dark roast, any of the dark roast coffees tend to work better for the cold brew, I believe. That's just from my experience. But honestly, pretty much any coffee I've ever done cold brew with comes out fantastic. Especially when you do it yourself and you know that there's no other extra crap going in it and chemicals and everything else that these places like to inject into your food. When you're doing it yourself, you know, you can look on the bag of ingredients here, and it's like, I think the ingredients are coffee. It doesn't even really, it doesn't even have any ingredients on here, so it's just coffee, which is good. That's all you want. You don't want anything else in it. So with that, I'm just going to let this go. I'll pick up the video back when it's time to do the next step in 14 hours. What's going on, everybody? It's another day, and the coffee's in the fridge. I'm a couple hours away from being at the point where I can pull the filters out and finish the process. You saw how quick it was to do the process before putting them in the fridge. It's the second part of the process takes a little bit more time, but you're talking like an extra 5 minutes or whatever. What it really boils down to is how fast I can pour the coffee out of the jars that they brew in into the jars that I'm going to store it in, because I'm going to use a mesh filter inside of a funnel that will capture sediment. And sometimes those filters get clogged up and they don't want to flow as fast as they should. I'm trying new filters today, so I'm just going to see how they work. But one of the things that this has got me all thinking about is water storage. Even though I've got a water filtration system, and because I don't have the fluoride filters, it flows pretty quick. I'm going to say that the flow rate is faster than a Berkey, but I don't know how fast a Berkey water filter will flow without the fluoride filters attached, because the fluoride filters will slow down the flow rate of the filter system. But this does a pretty fast job. When you fill it all the way to the top, you can hear the water flowing through the you can hear the water flowing into the bottom of the tank, which is nice. It's fast and the water's clean. I mean, the taste before and after is completely different. But, I would like to be able to get the fluoride out. I just don't have the money to do so right now. Those fluoride filters they're pricey too. Everything costs money, and I'm not making money. So I have to try and, I can only work on one little thing at a time. So, water storage. How do you store water long term or medium term? Or how do you get water stored on a budget? So there's basically 3 or 4 ways. I'm going to talk about 3 different ways that I'm aware of. And you can, take it for what it's worth. I don't want to use glass, not for long-term storage. In my house, when everything is set up to the way I want it, I won't be drinking out of plastic containers. I don't have plastic cups, plastic glasses. In my camping gear, yes, I do have some plastic stuff, because plastic is durable. Glass breaks. A lot of times, though, I will go to stainless steel before I go to glass. I don't use aluminum, but if I have, in my camping gear, it's either stainless steel or plastic. At home, it's glass or stainless steel. I typically use glass everything. I have a plastic pitcher here right now that I'm using to fill up this this thing. When I have my kitchen the way I want it to be someday, that'll be a glass pitcher. The plastic pitcher will end up in my camping gear. So, or it'll end up in the trash. Something will happen to it. I won't be I won't be using it anymore. So, but you always have to kind of, what's best for the situation at hand. So when I started prepping and I started storing water, the first thing that I did, the thing that kicked it off for me, was I was at a thrift store one day and they had a water cooler, a brand spanking new, like Culligan or whatever brand it was a water cooler. And it still had all the peel away plastic. It was brand new. It wasn't in a box. I don't even know if they come in a box, but it was brand new. It had never been used before. And it was like $20. And I'm like, yes. I grabbed that and brought it home and set it up. And now I'm like, I got to get water. I thought I was going to have water delivered. And I found a water place that sells I found a water delivery company, but they had a deal where if you're willing to drive out and get your water jugs, your 5 gallon water cooler water jugs, they will sell them to you for $5 a piece. So $5 for a 5 gallon water jug. And then there's a $5 deposit on the bottle. And so the first time I went, I got 4 5 gallon bottles. The next time I went, when I had 3 empty bottles, I went back and I got the 3 empty bottles exchanged for $5 a piece. And then I got 3 or 4 more 5 gallon bottles and I paid the deposit on those. And so every time you exchange a bottle for another bottle, you pay $5. If you take a new bottle, you have to pay $10, $5 for the bottle, and $5 refundable deposit. And so I kept exchanging in that way. My goal was to have 50 gallons of backup water on hand at all times. And so eventually, over time, I had 20 of these 5 gallon bottles. So I had, when I would refill all my bottles and exchange all of the empty ones, I would have 100 gallons. But after I went through 10 of the bottles, however long that would take, it would still leave me with 50 gallons of fresh drinking water. So it would give me plenty of time. You never know what's going to happen. If I lost my job, we still got drinking water. We don't have to go to the place right away. We still had options. We still had it, and that worked for a while. And then I decided to get a Berkey water filter. And at first, it was just kind of supplemental. I started using the Berkey water filter, and eventually I used the water cooler less and less. I was going to refill the bottles less and less because now I've got another source of water. But I wasn't really storing the water from the Berkey. I was just making sure I was filling it and using it. And if for some reason it went empty or whatever, there were still, the water cooler is convenient because it had a hot water tap and a cold water tap. And the hot water was really hot. And so there was still a convenience factor there to use that. But I kept wondering, I'm like, do I start using the Berkey water to fill these blue water bottles and still use my water cooler? And so I kind of went around and did that. When you use those water filter bottle, or when you use those water cooler bottles, they have a puncture seal on them. So when you flip the thing, it's sealed, but when you flip it upside down and jam it into the water cooler, there's a thing that gets punctured. And now you can't close the bottle back up now. So the only way to be able to continue to use those on your home water cooler is to there's lots of different options, and I've tried different things. At the time, I was messing around, and Amazon sells like resealable caps for those. So you can put the cap on that will allow you to flip the thing upside down when it's full of water. You can jam it onto your water cooler and use it. And I tried those, and those were all right. It was all right. It would keep me from getting water all over the place when I flipped the thing upside down. It did the job. But when I moved out of that house, I was moving into a smaller place, and I wasn't going to have room for a water cooler anymore. And there were some other things, some different things that I needed to sell, like a dishwasher and whatnot. I got a good story about the dishwasher that's pretty funny, but it actually goes along with all the Craigslist stuff I'm talking about. But right now I'm going to finish the water story, and then I'll talk about the dishwasher. So I sold the water cooler because I didn't have a place to put it in the new place I was moving into. It was much smaller. So I sold the water cooler for like $50. There you go. I bought it for like $20 at a thrift store, brand spanking new, and I sold it for $50 after I was done using it for 4 or 5 years. And then because I had 20 of these empty water cooler bottles, I went back to the place where I normally get them refilled. I took all 20 of them back at once and I got $100 for that. So I ended up with $150 in my pocket. I basically, other than paying for the water, I made out, that was $150 in my pocket during a time that I was moving. That was going to help with moving costs and stuff like that. So, the three ways that I've stored water were the 5-gallon jugs, 5-gallon bottles. I think that's a viable solution if you're on a budget. They're BPA free, they're meant for long-term storage, they're clean, they're plastic, so they're pretty durable. You could drop one and it shouldn't shatter. I think they can, you probably could break them if you treated them roughly. I think the cons are they're heavy. Water weighs 8 pounds per gallon. And so that's a 40-pound bottle that you got to lug around. They're big, they're bulky, they're hard to if you're trying to carry a supply of water on a camping trip, I'm not taking a 5-gallon jug like that. I would rather take smaller bottles. I'd rather take the same amount of water in smaller containers that are easier to store, and you can get them into a more compact space than you can a big 5-gallon water jug. But if you're trying to get 50 gallons of storable water, that's probably your best bet, especially if you can find a deal like I found. I know that places like Walmart, grocery stores, they have stations now where they sell the 5-gallon jugs and you fill them up right there at the store, put a cap on it, you pay for it at the register, you take it home with you. I don't know if there's a deposit system. I've never done it, so I don't know how those things work, but they have the 5-gallon water jugs at a lot of grocery stores and Walmarts and places like that. Look around. But either way, you pay the $5 deposit on the jug and you decide to keep them. If I had decided to keep all 20 of those jugs, they would have cost me $5 a piece for the deposit. Let's just say they cost me $10 a piece. That's $50, or 20 times 10, that's $200 for 20 5-gallon jugs that came filled with filtered water. So if you deduct the cost of the water itself, that was $100 to get 20 jugs. 20 5-gallon jugs. Now on Amazon, you can find lots of random things on Amazon that you would never find in a store. So for the 5-gallon water jugs, Amazon sells all kinds of caps for those 5-gallon water jugs. They're not terribly expensive. A lot of them are, you can get ones that are reusable. You can get ones that are meant for one-time use only. Say you fill the water jug and you slam one of those caps on that they use for to turn it upside down and jam it onto a water cooler, because there's a spike that sticks up inside the water cooler that pierces those caps and then lets the water flow out of the jug into the tank. And so that's what you're looking for. They make one-time use only caps that once they're pierced, it's over. But they also make permanent caps. I am almost 100% sure they probably make a cap with a spigot, a little flip-top spigot, and you can turn those 5-gallon jugs into a water dispenser. I'm sure they make all kinds of stuff that I'm not even thinking about right now for those jugs, for that purpose. So if you can find a good source for these water jugs to where you can keep the jugs, forego the deposit and just keep the jugs, that's probably the least expensive, good storage solution for storing 50 gallons or more of water in a rental, apartment, tiny house, camp, whatever situation. Cost effective. It's going to be better plastic. It's going to be the kind of plastic that doesn't leach chemicals into the water. You can store water in these for a couple of years and it's not going to have plastic flavor. It's not going to It's not going to leach harmful chemicals into your water. Cost effective. And so think about that. One of the things you want to look for on these water jugs, some of them are just round. They're just plain round water jugs. Some of them have a carry handle integrated into the jug. And there's two styles of that. There's one where the carry handle is actually part of the jug, and there will actually be water inside the handle. And it's just molded. It's one continuously molded piece with a carry handle integrated into the jug that also has water traveling through it because the handle itself is hollow. Then they have other jug styles where there's like a handle that hooks into the jug, and it's not hollow, and it's a separate piece from the jug. So if you're going to start collecting these jugs, make it a point to only collect the ones that have the molded handle, the one that's continuously molded into the jug. Those are strong. They're not going to break apart. The other handles, the handles where it's just a plastic handle stuck to the jug, those are going to break off. And the other option, the jugs that don't have any carry handles at all, if you've got to carry these things around and move them around, it's a pain in the ass. They weigh 40 pounds. Just a big round bottle that weighs 40 pounds is a bitch to maneuver if it doesn't have a handle integrated onto the side. I always liked the ones with the handles better than the ones without the handles. Whenever I went to the water cooler place, if I exchanged 5 bottles, I'd get 5 more bottles, and they didn't care. They were just handing me whatever bottles they handed me. Some of them had handles built into the side, some of them didn't. The ones with the ones where the handle is molded with the bottle, and it's just one continuous mold that integrates a handle in the design, those jugs are so much better than either of the other styles. So if I were collecting those bottles and keeping them for my own personal use, I would return the ones that were the ones I don't want and keep the ones that I want until all 20 of my bottles had the handles on them. And if I went to the place and I asked specifically for jugs with handles, they would probably have accommodated me and said, oh yeah, we can, they'd probably walk over to the stack and just pull off bottles that had handles on them and hand them to me that way. And if I just made up something like, oh, my grandmother can't carry these, or you know what I mean, if they don't have the handle, or they wouldn't care. But I never really cared myself because I wasn't carrying them that far. I just know that I liked the ones with the handles on them much better. And you can carry them a lot easier. So that's option 1. Option 2, this only works if you drink soda. So I used to get pizza a couple times a month, me and my son. My son really likes pizza, so a couple times a month we would go to the pizza place, and I would get like a 2-liter of Dr. Pepper. After COVID, something happened to my taste buds, and soda tastes rancid to me now. Every single type of soda just tastes completely rancid. It's awful. I can't drink it anymore. So there's a good thing about COVID is it made me not want to drink pop. Dr. Pepper, though, for some reason, I don't understand why, Dr. Pepper tastes exactly the same as it ever did. But all the other sodas taste so foul, I can't drink them. Like, they're disgusting. So I'm not drinking pop anymore. But back when my son and I would go to the pizza place every other week, I'd get a 2-liter of Dr. Pepper or Pepsi or whatever. This is before COVID. Before I got COVID. So in the course of a month, we might get 2 to 4 2-liter bottles. And after we were done drinking the soda, I would wash them out, take the label off, wash them out in a little bit of soap and water, clean them out, and then fill them with water. And then I would store those bottles in milk crates. And a milk crate can store 8 2-liter bottles of pop. You can do 2 rows of 3 and a row of 2 because the milk crate's just slightly off, slightly the wrong size. So you can fit 8 2-liter bottles of pop, and then maybe you can cram a couple of small single serve bottles, like 20 ounce or the tall, skinny 24-ounce bottles on either side of the two, maybe. But there's not a lot of room there. But you can get 8 2-liter bottles of water in a milk crate, and so you've got 16 liters of water per milk crate. I don't know what that translates into gallon wise, but over the course, I lived in this house for 6 years when I started doing this. Over the course of 6 years, I accumulated some 2-liter bottles. And so I would just refill those over and over again. I had a bucket. I had a bucket that I would take camping, and that was like my sink, my camp sink. It was just a tall bucket with a handle. I don't know how many gallons it was. It had kitty litter in it at one time. I had cats. And I mean, this bucket is old, because I hadn't had cats for years, but I still had these buckets. And one of these buckets, I had 4 2-liter bottles of water, because it fit 4 bottles exactly. They fit exactly in there. And then I had a bottle brush, I had a scrub brush, some sponges, dish soap, and other stuff all in this bucket together. And it was just a one, grab and go camping bucket to, have a bucket to put water in to wash your dishes and stuff like that, kind of like a camp sink. And then I also would just store 8 liters of water in there. And whenever we'd get to a campsite, I'd pull the water bottles out and set them off to the side or whatever. 2-liter pop bottles work great for water storage because they're very strong. They're designed to hold a lot of pressure, and they're designed not to break. You can take a 2-liter bottle full of water and throw it against a tree, and it's not gonna, if you throw it hard enough, the cap might pop off, but the bottle itself almost never breaks. I would dare people to try and break one by throwing it against something. Throw it against that rock, boom, it just bounces right off. Throw it against a tree, it bounces off. They're very strong. You can put 2-liter bottles of pop in the fridge, or in the freezer, I mean. They will freeze. That the bottles are designed to expand under pressure, so even though the volume of ice, even though it expands in the freezer, it doesn't break the bottle at all. You can freeze a bunch of 2-liter bottles in your freezer. They won't crack, they won't break. And then you can take those 2-liter bottles and put them in your cooler when you go camping. So that you, like, depending on where you're going camping and how you're going camping, you can take, plastic water bottles like that. Even the Dasani water bottles, the plastic pop bottles, or the plastic bottles that you buy water in at the grocery store and whatnot, you can use those too. You can freeze them. They won't break. You throw them in a cooler, and now you've got a clean source of ice that's not going to leave water all over your cooler. And when they melt, you've got drinking water at the same time. Boom, boom. So there's all kinds of things you can do with these bottles, and they're very durable, and they're compact enough that you can store them in lots of different ways. I always had them in my cars. I always had emergency kits in each vehicle, and in the emergency kit there'd be a 2-liter bottle of water. I can't tell you how many times having a 2-liter bottle of water sitting in my car. You want to keep it in a place where it's not going to get beat up by the sun, like in a trunk, in a box, in a bag, some sort of thing to keep it a little bit insulated from the heat of the sun. And in the wintertime, you have to understand that your car might get cold enough overnight for a bottle like that to freeze. So once again, having a 2-liter bottle, if it freezes, it's not going to break. And then when it melts, it's not going to have water spilling out all over the inside of your car. So there's just lots of different ways you can use them. They're cheap. If you drink soda, if you get 2-liter bottles, collect them, wash them out, use them. I've never had the problem of the taste of the soda, Pepsi, Mountain Dew, Dr. Pepper, Coke, whatever the case may be. I've never experienced where the taste of the water was affected by what was in the bottle before. They work great. It's probably your most cheap ass ghetto, just you just got done being homeless on a budget system for storing water that I can think of. Now, the negative sides of those, just like there was a negative side of the 5 gallon jugs, the negative side being they're heavy, they weigh 40 pounds. If you don't have a carrying handle, they're hard to carry. They're awkward, they're big, they're bulky, they're hard to store. If you're transporting them from some place to another, you need a big place to put them. They're probably not durable enough. If you froze one of those, it would probably split right down the side. They're not meant to expand and contract, etc. All of the opposites of the 2 liter bottle solution. They're like the opposite of each other. Everything that's good about one is bad about the other. The bad thing about the 2 liter bottles is the plastic is probably not BPA free, and it's probably got chemicals in it that leach into the water and back and forth. So I don't recommend storing water in 2 liter bottles for more than maybe 6 months before using it. The way I would do it is I would just rotate it through. So I had a number of milk crates in my house with stored water, and I would have them in 3 different places. And I would just move these crates around. And I would always make sure to, when I go on trips, I was always rotating these bottles around. You can even write dates on the bottle when you filled it up. And just make sure that within 6 months, you either dump it out or you use it. Use it for cooking. That's one of the big things I used these 2 liter bottles for, because the Berkey water filter system holds that, like the one I've got right here, it holds about a gallon of water. There are 2 gallons, 1 or 2, I think it's 2 gallons. Looks like 2 gallons. It takes a while to filter that. So having all this extra water on hand, if I want to make a big pot of spaghetti and I want to fill up a big pot of water, I'll take 2 of those 2 liter bottles, dump it out into the pot. So I'm cooking with clean filtered water. There's other reasons why you might want to have clean. I'm making ice. I'm going to use one of these bottles to fill all the ice cube trays. I had my ice maker in the freezer that I had broke. So I didn't bother fixing it. I was like, screw it. I'll just use the bucket. I'll fill the bucket with my own ice cube trays. I had tons of ice cube trays. I had some pretty cool ones too. I had like a Death Star. There was a bunch of Death Stars and Millennium Falcons. Whenever I'd fill up the ice bucket in the freezer, there'd be all kinds of cool ass ice cubes, along with regular ice cubes. And so it was fun. You could grab a Death Star, throw it in a big cocktail glass, and have a Death Star cocktail. You could have a Millennium Falcon martini. So whatever, if that's what you're into. But anyway, 2 liter bottles were great. They're great. You can store them in lots of different places. You can take them camping. You can freeze them into ice blocks. The only thing I would say is if you freeze them into ice blocks using inside of a 2 liter bottle, it creates internal pressure. And so what you'll find is sometimes when you're pouring the water out or you're going to drink it, you're going to notice all these flakes. It'll look like salt or flakes floating around in the bottle, and you're going to be like, what the hell is this? And it turns out that the internal pressure created when you freeze the water in a 2 liter pop bottle inside of your chest freezer or whatever, when you freeze that water, the internal pressure from the water trying to expand, but the bottle pushing back against the water, will cause the water to remineralize some of the minerals that are in the mineral water. So if it was distilled water, it won't do that. But if it's spring water that actually has minerals in the water, the pressure will actually force the minerals to recrystallize inside the bottle. So it's kind of a funny I didn't know this because I couldn't figure out why some of these bottles would have flakes floating around in it, and I'd be afraid to drink it. And it turns out it was just the minerals that were in the water that were squeezed into, it was like turning a coal into a diamond kind of a thing, and it just forces the minerals to recrystallize under pressure. So that's just something to be aware of if you're going to do those things. But the 2 liter bottles work great on a budget, but that's not the best plastic. Like if you're going to go, you've got those two options, the two cheap plastic bottles, and the pros and cons of each are pretty much the exact opposite of each other. Big and bulky and heavy, light and compact and easy to store. The plastic is safe, the plastic isn't as safe. So it is what it is. You all of you have drank water out of plastic bottles. At the grocery store, they also have now, they have 1 gallon water jugs that you can buy, the plastic water jugs with the handle on top. Those are better. I would never buy water unless you're just going to drink it and throw the jug away. If you get water in a 1 gallon milk jug, they sell water in 1 gallon milk jugs. Those are the worst possible thing to store water in, period. If you drop that, it just shatters all over the place and your water goes everywhere. They're not durable. They're not good plastic. I don't even buy those. I don't touch those. I mean, the only way I would ever buy one of those is if I'm immediately going to take the water that's in it and pour it into other containers, or just use the water right away. In a pinch, I might buy one of those, plastic milk jugs with spring water or whatever. But I'm not. Don't store your water in those. Don't transport water in them. Like I said, they're so easy to break. It's unbelievable how quickly those will break and just throw water all over the place. So cut those out. Don't even use them. The jugs with the carry handle, the clear plastic jugs that they sell now with the handle on top and the big wide mouth cap, those are okay. Those are pretty durable. I've used those as part of my water storage. But once again, it's that plastic. It's not plastic that you should be storing water in for a long period of time, if you care about drinking out of plastic containers. One of the drawbacks I'm having right now is I don't drink pop. So I'm trying to use these plastic containers, these plastic bottles that the coffee comes in, as my temporary water storage solution. And I'm gonna have to give it a thumbs down. The coffee flavor is imparted into the plastic of these bottles. And so depending on the taller ones that you buy the straight up iced or cold brew coffee in from the cooler section, the bigger, the 48-ounce bottles, they don't leave as much of the coffee flavor behind. But I'm talking about some of the bottles I have, you don't taste the coffee flavor at all. Some of them, the coffee flavor is pretty strong. I don't know what the difference is, but even after washing the same bottle 3 or 4 times and using soap and just getting in there and rinsing it out thoroughly, letting it dry, you fill it up with water. A couple days later, you pour the water into a container to drink out of. You've got the coffee flavor. The coffee flavor will impart itself. I have a stainless steel bottle that I take to work every day with coffee in it. And no matter how much I clean that out, you could leave it in the dishwasher. You could run it through the dishwasher 4 times. You could clean this thing 5 or 6 times without putting coffee in it again. You fill that thing up with water and take 1 sip. All you taste is coffee. There is permanent coffee flavor embedded into the stainless steel now. And you can't get rid of it. So these plastic bottles that the coffee comes in they're not working for me. I'm using them, but I'm going to phase them out because every time I go to take a drink of water from one of these bottles, it's got a coffee aftertaste. And I'm like, this isn't doing it for me. Some of the bottles are better than others. The smaller bottles that the concentrated cold brew comes in, forget about it. I'm using them, but I'm going to phase those out first because it's absolutely terrible. That concentrated cold brew is bad. It just tastes bad. Even when you reconstitute it to the 1-to-1 strength, my review on concentrated bottled cold brew coffee that can be stored at room temperature until you put it in, until you open the bottle, I'm just giving that, all of those, a thumbs down. I don't understand why they taste so bad, but they're horrid. They're bad. I mean, I'm like, I would rather drink prison coffee than that stuff. And I've given it a chance. I've tried 3 or 4 different brands. They're bad. They're just, I thought that might be a temporary solution to allow my coffee to last longer, but when I get down to where I'm drinking the concentrate, even when you mix it back to a 1-to-1 ratio and the ingredients on the side say it's coffee, water, and natural flavors, it must be whatever the fuck the natural flavors are is messing with this taste really bad. Because concentrated cold brew, I could make concentrated cold brew myself. The process that I showed you yesterday, you use 8 ounces of coffee per half gallon of water. Boom, that's it. You just double the amount of coffee that you use to brew your coffee, and you end up with concentrated cold brew. That's the only difference. And then when you want to drink it, you mix it with water, half and half, and it gets diluted back to the normal consistency, the normal dilution. I don't understand why this pre-bottled cold brew tastes horrible, but it's horrid. Horrid. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm not buying another one. And the bottles, the stuff is so concentrated in those bottles that the bottles, when you fill them up with water, even after washing them out 3 or 4 times, the residue or the taste that's imparted into that plastic leaches right into the water, and it's bad. It's really bad. The water is, I'm using them for like cooking water right now, and I don't even know if I should be doing that. It's bad. So because I'm not drinking soda anymore, because I don't have room to store 5-gallon water jug bottles in this tiny house, I'm kind of at a loss for how to store extra water. And so that leads me to the option number 3. And that is BPA free, food safety approved water containers. You can get them on Amazon, you can get them from other sources. Typically, you're not going to find this crap at the store. You're going to have to get it online. And you can kind of counteract. So with these things, they come in lots of different options, but they're all expensive. Every single one of them are expensive. You can get hard-sided containers and you can get soft-sided containers. I don't recommend the soft-sided containers at all. I've had them. I don't like them. They're too floppy. They're too hard to carry around. In a pinch, you might be able to use them in an emergency situation. I had a 5-gallon one. And just imagine carrying around a 5-gallon bag of water. It's square, kinda, but it's soft-sided, so it's like a bag. Imagine carrying around a 40-pound bag of water. It's like carrying a waterbed mattress. Like, can you pick, if you're old enough to know what it's like to sleep in a waterbed, I used to have one. Could you pick up the waterbed mattress and just carry it around? No, it's just a big bag of water that weighs 300 pounds. You're not carrying a waterbed around. You're not even going to be able to, well, the mattress, how are you going to carry that? So imagine carrying a 5-gallon bag of water. Like, how are you going to, like, that's going to be a fucking nightmare. So I won't touch a soft-sided water storage container at all. The only one that you might want to think about in an emergency kind of a situation is they make water bladder bags that can sit in a bathtub, and you can fill that with clean drinking water, and you can basically use your bathtub as a storage device for clean drinking water if you can fill one of these bladders up with clean water. But that's meant for like an emergency situation, and I wouldn't even do that, because then what? You can't. But I guess if you can't get water from your tap, then you can't use the bathtub, so you may as well just, have a use for it, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't get one of those. I would never get water storage containers that are soft sided. That's just my preference. Too easy to poke, too easy to hard to carry, too easy to slice open the side of it. It's going to have a leak. It's just too many problems. Too many problems. And some of those are just as expensive as the hard sided rigid ones. Now, when it comes to the rigid containers, they have lots of different options. You can get ones that look like jerry cans, gas cans. You can get the ones that I'm interested in. Honestly, it does whatever ones I'm talking about. They're all going to be $30 a piece or more. And for $30, you're going to get either a 3-gallon or a 5-gallon capacity. Hard-sided containers. You can get ones that are like jerry cans. They look just like jerry cans. They're probably made of plastic. There's lots of different options here, but the one that I'm thinking I might start looking into is called the water brick or an aqua brick. Those are the two different brands. They look like blue Legos. And so they're 3 gallons a piece. The aqua brick, in my opinion, is better because it's the same thing with the carry handle. The water brick has a carry handle that's made out of metal and it's attached to the plastic 3-gallon container. An aqua brick has a carry handle molded into the plastic of the bottle itself. But they're like blue 3-gallon Legos. They have holes on one side and posts on the other, so they could be stacked up on top of each other without the tower falling down or without them sliding around and the whole thing falling down like a house of cards. And so, but they're expensive as hell. You can buy them in packs of 2 or you can buy them in packs of 6. If you buy packs of 2, they're like $75 for 2. They're 3 gallons a piece. They come with sealable caps that have rubber seals, and they have water spigot caps that you flip the top and the water comes out. The aqua brick is designed to stand up on its side, and the water spigot is tilted so that you basically are going to get all the water out of the thing without having to tilt the bottle. The advantage is it's 3 gallons, so it's going to be 24 pounds plus the weight of the container itself. So you're looking at like a 25-pound weight with a carry handle, and they're small enough to be transported and to fit in compact spaces. So I don't want to spend the money on it. I really don't. But for $75, I could get 2 solid plastic containers that are going to last you your lifetime. They're going to carry 3 gallons of water each, so I'm going to have 6 gallons right off the bizat, and it's going to be good to go. I can store water in them for years and not worry about the plastic leaching. So that's an option. But they are a little bit big and bulky if I want to just fill up a cooking pot. Do I want to carry a 25-pound brick of water over to the pot and flip the spigot and pour water from that into a cooking pot? I don't think so. Or I could set the thing on the countertop and pour the water into a pot from that. So another thing is Nalgene bottles. Those are really good storage bottles for drinking water. If you're going to use plastic bottles, now on my bicycle, I don't use Nalgene because I use the soft-sided water bottles that you can squeeze the water out of. Nalgene is a hard plastic. Those I don't take those on the bicycle. The stainless steel bottle that I take on the bicycle has a weird like airflow system, so you can suck the water out of it, and you don't have to squeeze the sides to keep the water flow coming out. But there is a problem with that bottle where once you get down to the bottom of the bottle, you can't get the remaining like last 1/4 inch or 1/2 inch of water or coffee out of the bottom without taking the lid off and drinking it. So that's a little bit of an issue with that one. But I would not. So if you're looking for plastic bottles that are smaller than 3 gallons, Nalgene, you can get half-gallon Nalgene bottles, or you can get an off-brand from Amazon, the China Mart version of Nalgene, happy lucky bottle or whatever it's called in China land. So you can get those, and it's the same plastic, half gallons, but they're probably like $15 a piece at the cheapest. 15 to $20 a piece for a half gallon bottle. So you could probably 15, 30 for $60 you could get 4 of those and have 2 gallons of water in manageable size bottles that are safe to store long term. These are bottles you're going to use for the rest of your life if you're paying this much money. You're not, this is, but this is where this is expensive. Like hundreds of dollars to be able to store water. And I'm like, so right now with my budget and my, making 25 grand a year, what are you going to do? I don't know. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing, but I'm not buying any more of this cold brew coffee now that I'm making my own. So I'm not going to have access to those bottles anymore. I can't think of another type of bottle that I can get on a budget. I'm not buying 2-liter bottles of pop. I'm not drinking pop. I don't want pop. I'm drinking coffee, tea, and water and juice. That's all I'm drinking from now on. So if I drink pop, it'll be because I'm at a restaurant and it's just, oh, what does Pepsi taste like? Or, I'll only drink Dr. Pepper because I already know the other ones are bad. I don't want them. But I'll be like, I haven't had a Dr. Pepper in 6 months. I'll try one of those. How about that? But typically, no, even if I'm at a restaurant, I'll get some iced tea. I'll get water with lemon. I'll do something different. I'm not getting pop. So I don't have access to the 2-liter bottles anymore. I'd be doing that right now. I don't know. So the expensive water bottle option is pretty much the only thing on my plate right now. The only other thing I'm thinking about is I might go to Walmart, I might go to the grocery stores and see if they have the water bottle filling stations with the 5-gallon. But then again, if I do that, how am I carrying a 40-pound 5-gallon bottle of water back home on my bicycle? Or that's not going to fit in the backpack. Number one, if it does fit in the backpack, it's going to be I'll take it back. I have a backpack. I guarantee you I have a backpack that can fit a 5-gallon jug of water. But I have no place to put it in this tiny house. I have no place to put that where it's going to be out of the way and not in the way. And how many of those can I fit in here compared to smaller bottles? So right now I'm thinking about buying some Nalgene half-gallon bottles, maybe 2 to 4 of those, and working my way up to having 6 of those water brick or the aqua brick. There's 2 different brands, aqua brick, water brick. The aqua brick just looks better. They're the same. The water brick is slightly cheaper, but the carry handle looks like it's going to break right off. It doesn't look like the carry handle is going to last when you're carrying around a 25-pound brick of water with a flimsy carrying handle that's attached to the thing. And then when the handle breaks off, you're going to have an inferior product. With the aqua brick, the handle is molded into the bottle. It is part of the bottle. There's probably water inside the handle because it's probably hollow. It's thick. I'm sure the plastic is thick and durable. That's a lifetime product. That's something you're going to buy today. 50 years from, you're going to be able to give it to your kids and be like, here, store your water with these. 2 of them are $75. They sell a 6-pack of those for $186. That is 18 gallons of storable water for $187. That's a lot. You can also store food inside of these things. They're food grade containers, so you can store your beans and rice. You could store, beans, rice, anything like pasta, whatever. If you got food that you need a place to store, you want to have get 12 of these water bricks, put food in 6 of them, put water in the other 6. But they're expensive. They're really expensive. And that's the kicker for me right now. That, like, I can't afford to spend $190 on 6 of these things. Plus, I think 6 of these things would take up a lot more room than I have. But I have places I could slide them. I'm looking right now. I see like 6 different places that I could put these things and you wouldn't even know they're there. But if I bought 2 of them, and then 3 months later I bought 2 more, and then a few months later I bought 2 more, I would have 6. And over time, if you just do a little bit at a time, it adds up over time. Get one Nalgene bottle, a half-gallon Nalgene bottle. Get another one down the road. Get another one down the road, and just keep building it up. That's the same concept I used when I was getting the 5-gallon water jugs, and eventually I had 20 of them. And I didn't buy any more because I had what I wanted. I didn't go out and buy 20. You couldn't even put 20 of these 5-gallon jugs in the back of a Jeep Cherokee without the back of the Cherokee sagging all the way home. I could have probably put them in the back of my Jeep Wrangler because I had airbags in the back that I could pump up. And you could basically load the back of the vehicle to the weight capacity of the vehicle itself, which is I think 1,200 pounds of passenger and cargo weight, and the back of the Jeep would not sag. In fact, it would drive as if there was nothing in the back. It was those airbags. If you've got, coil shocks in the back of your vehicle, in a vehicle like that, and you can slip some of these airbags in, that's really nice too. You can go far. And you can go on a long trip, and you can carry 800 pounds of cargo in the back of your Wrangler, and you're not going to have any handling problems at all. You're not even going to know the stuff's back there, other than the decrease in your acceleration. But in a Wrangler, you don't have any acceleration to begin with, so you're really not going to notice it at all with the airbags in the back. So that's just another handy tip. And the last thing I said I would talk about on this video segment was Craigslist and buying and selling. I needed a dishwasher at this one place I lived, and the kitchen was it was just a weird kitchen. It had a separate room in the kitchen for the sink, and there was a pantry cupboard in this separate room, and then there was another room of the kitchen that had the stove, countertops, cupboards, and a big fridge. But they were they were next to each other, but there was a doorway between the 2 rooms. It was weird. It was just a weird layout. But I wanted a dishwasher because I'm just not, at the time I was just cooking too much, and I'm like, I want a dishwasher. But the only dishwasher I'd be able to get is a portable dishwasher with wheels on the bottom that you wheel around, and then you hook a thing up to your sink when it's time to do dishes, and then when you're done doing dishes, you wheel it back. I had the perfect place to put it, but it wasn't in the kitchen. It was in a little room off to the side of the dining room where the stairs went down to the basement. It fit perfectly in that spot, but you couldn't hook it up permanently in that spot without running plumbing to it. So I just would wheel it to the kitchen, use it, wheel it back when I'm done. It worked fine. It was great. I paid $100. I paid $100 for this dishwasher, and the people that sold it to me brought it to me. They delivered it to me. They took it off of the back of their pickup truck, wheeled it into my kitchen for me. They handed me a box of dishwasher tablets, like the Electrosol tablets or whatever. They gave me the adapter to hook it up to my sink, and they sat there while I hooked it up to my sink and actually started it up just to we want to show you that it works. And I had a sink full of dishes when they came. So I was able to put all my dishes in and start it up while the people were standing there. Here's your $100. Thanks for bringing it over. I didn't have to lift a finger other than screwing a thing onto my sink faucet hooking up the thing and hitting start. So I had this dishwasher for like 6 years. And when I moved out of this house, the next place I was living, I didn't have room to bring it with me. It was a much smaller house. And so I didn't have anywhere to put this dishwasher. And it honestly, the thing that I kept saying that this kitchen in this house we're moving into is like the kitchen on a submarine from World War II. It's like so tiny. I wouldn't even be able to get the dishwasher in the kitchen. It was a tiny kitchen. And we made it work, and it was fine for the time I lived there. But when I moved out of the house, I sold the dishwasher for $200. $250, I think. I sold it for a lot more than I bought it for. And the people that bought it from me came over to my house with a pickup truck and a dolly and 3 people. They came to where it was stored. They picked it up, put it on the dolly, wheeled it out of the place, gave me $250 and left. I didn't have to lift a single finger. Craigslist. Both ways. I got paid $150 to have a dishwasher for 6 years. I spent $100 on the dishwasher and I sold it for $250, and I didn't have to lift a finger to get it in or out of my house. That's delivery included. So that's just another example of when you need something, go to Craigslist, go to Facebook Marketplace. You never know what you're going to find on there. And I got paid. I didn't pay for a dishwasher. I had a dishwasher for 6 years and I was paid $150 to have it. I had to pay for the dishwashing detergent, and I had to pay, I guess I paid for the water it used, and that's it. I used it for 6 years, sold it for more than twice what I paid for it. So once again, use Craigslist, use those things to your advantage. You will never... Maybe I can find water storage containers on there. I might check it out and see what I find, but I don't have a car. Here's more proof that these fucking idiots here in Houston don't know how to drive. You know how many of these I see on a regular basis? Signposts and light poles that have been smashed to the ground because people just decide to run into them. I see them everywhere. Here's just another reason why Amazon beats these freaking stores. It's unbelievable. I went to Home Depot and Lowe's. They're right next to each other. I'm looking for a set of metric box wrenches. I've been looking for these in the store for over a month. I could easily order them on Amazon, but I kind of like to buy things when I can. Between Home Depot and Lowe's, I find one set of metric box wrenches, and someone stole one of the wrenches out of the only set that they have between the two stores. And then these places wonder why Amazon's kicking the shit out of them. Well, every time I go to a store looking for something I need, I can't find the thing I came to the store for. And that's pretty much, I would say 15 out of 20 times I go to the store to buy something, you can't find it in the store. So all you fucking douchebags that run these box stores and you wonder why you're getting your ass kicked by Amazon, get your shit together and maybe you won't. All right, man, I'm just sick and tired of how retarded everything has gotten these days. I really am. So I went to Home Depot. They said they had 8 sets of metric box wrenches, standard box wrenches. They said they had 8 of them in stock. They had none. So, okay, fine. Glitches in the system. But since their inventory says that they have 8 in stock, when the bean counter goes to order new stock, they're never going to have them back in stock again because it says, oh, we've got 8 of them. We got none. I go to Lowe's, right across the thing. 2 of the biggest hardware stores on earth, right next to each other. And you can't buy basic fucking tools. You can't buy basic tools in these fucking stores anymore. Basic fucking tools. A wrench. A fucking wrench. I can't go to the 2 biggest hardware stores in Houston and find a fucking wrench. And then these dipshits wonder why Amazon's kicking their fucking ass. It drives me fucking insane how retarded this shit has become. I don't need the wrenches right off the bizat. It's cold today. I'm not going to be working on my bicycles. But I found out I'm missing a 16 millimeter and a 17 millimeter box wrench in the set that I already have. And the set that I have are these little midget wrenches, which are nice in some cases. That's why I bought the set. And it was dirt cheap, so I bought it. But I've been trying to find a set that includes a 16 and a 17 and goes down to as small as a 10. But I can't even find a set of metric box wrenches anywhere. They have one here at Lowe's. And the employee of the store saw that I was a little frustrated. She came over and offered to help me. I'm like, okay, this one set of box wrenches is what I need, but it's missing a wrench. Someone must have stole it. So she takes me over to another section where they have all these Craftsman box wrenches. And they did have some sets, but all the sets were missing the size that I need. They were either missing a 16 or a 17. They didn't have one or the other, so I'm not going to buy the set if it doesn't have the size I need. At this point, I may as well just buy individual wrenches, but it's going to cost more than buying a set. So I'm like, all right, I'm coming back from church, so I'm already here. It wasn't like I walked over here to do this. I just figured, go see what they got. See if they got the wrenches you're looking for. You figure the 2 biggest hardware stores in America, you might be able to find a fucking wrench, but you can't. You can't. But as we're looking through these Craftsman wrench sets, every single set of wrenches that this woman picked up off the shelf to show me were missing wrenches. People stole them. Like, people are stealing wrenches out of wrench sets and then just leaving the half-empty package back on the rack, which is hilarious in my opinion. But I swear to God, I live in the ghetto. I live in a fucking ghetto. Everybody told me, oh, Spring isn't that bad. Bullshit! It's the ghetto. The Target is the worst Target I've ever been in my life. And I've been in lots of Target stores. The Walmart is terrible. The hardware stores are terrible. Half of the stuff in the hardware store is missing out of the boxes because people walk in and steal all the shit. So they didn't even have a complete set of wrenches in there. I take that back. They had one set of Craftsman box wrenches that had every size I needed from the 10 millimeter up to 19 millimeter without skipping any sizes. 10 to 19, they had more wrenches than that, but it had 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. $79 for standard box wrenches. I'm like, no, fuck that. They may be nice quality, but I'm not paying $80 for a set of standard box wrenches when I can get them for $30 all day long. And the $30 ones are going to have a lifetime warranty. That was the other reason why I wanted to get them in the store, because most of these tools have a lifetime warranty. So if you strip out, if I could find the Husky box wrench set from Home Depot and my 15 millimeter strips out, which happens a lot on bikes, especially the 15 millimeter. I've ripped apart a couple of those in my day. You can walk right into Home Depot and get a new one on the spot. And you can walk back out with a brand new wrench. Same with Craftsman. You can walk into Lowe's, get a new wrench, walk back out. But I can get a complete set of wrenches on Amazon for like $30 that are going to be just as good as the ones that are $80 here at Lowe's. And I mean, if money were no object, if I wasn't broke and like struggling right now, I would have bought the $80 set and said to hell with it. At least they're going to be nice. But Not when you can get it for like 30 bucks, what you need. And I don't need it today. I'm not working on bicycles today. I want to work on bicycles today, but it's cold. And so I just got to focus on other things. And whatever. I got cold brew coffee to finish making. I got some other things going on today. I ain't got to worry about this. It's no big deal. It just drives me nuts when you go to these retail stores, these big giant behemoth warehouse-sized retail stores, and you're looking for like a basic thing that they should all have. And you go to every store in town and they don't have it. And then they're all crying, Amazon's beating us and we can't compete with them. And get your shit together. Get your shit together and maybe people would shop there again. That's all I gotta say. All right, I'm not done bitching. I mean, I thought I was done, but I got one more gripe. These fucking stores, okay? You go into Home Depot or Lowe's or both, and you're looking like, let's just say you're looking for a hammer. Well, we don't have any of those. Bitch, you got a store, a hardware store the size of a fucking warehouse right next to the other store that's a hardware store the size of a warehouse, and you don't have a hammer. I can't get a hammer at either store. What the fuck's going on here? And then like the guy, he's like, well, I looked in the back and I didn't see them, and if we did have them, they would be up there. Our inventory system just doesn't work right. Sorry, it says that we have hammers, but it looks like we don't. Sorry, sir. But can I interest you? I gotta ask you a question, sir. How's the plumbing in your house? Do you need a new bathtub? Do you need a new sink? I'm like, no, bitch. I need a fucking hammer. I need a fucking wrench. That's what I came here for today. You dumb motherfucker, I don't need your sales bullshit trying to sell me a bathroom remodeling job when I came in to buy a fucking wrench or a fucking hammer. That's what I came for, Lowe's, Home Depot. You're supposed to sell tools. Do it yourself. What is it? We're the ones who get shit done or whatever the fuck. I don't know whatever dumbass slogan. You can't get shit done if I can't get the fucking tools to get my shit done. So now I gotta go to Amazon and order a wrench because the two biggest hardware stores on earth don't fucking sell them anymore. Alright, I thought I was done bitching, but it turns out I'm not. I got one more thing to add to this list of gripes. Going to Home Depot and Lowe's at the same time, trying to find a wrench, only to find out they don't sell them. Only to find out you can't get a wrench in the two biggest hardware stores on earth. It's like going to McDonald's and trying to get an ice cream. Have you ever heard of, I don't go to McDonald's that often, and I've never tried to get ice cream at McDonald's, so I don't really know. But from what you hear, and maybe some of you can leave a comment and tell me your experience, supposedly every McDonald's on earth has an ice cream machine, and none of the ice cream machines work. And if you try to order ice cream off the menu at McDonald's, they'll tell you, our ice cream machine is broken. And I guess there's like some big fucking conspiracy theory about it. I don't even know what it is. But supposedly every single McDonald's restaurant in existence has an ice cream machine, and none of them work. No, you can't get ice cream at any McDonald's on the face of the earth because they'll always tell you the ice cream machine is broken. So I don't know what's going on with that shit, but this is why we're getting sick and tired of you fucking retards. This is why we're getting sick and tired of going to the fucking store. You go to a hardware store, that'd be like, I need some bolts. I need a hammer and some nails. And I go to Home Depot and Lowe's and they're like, oh, well, your website says you had 50 fucking hammers to pick from, and I get here and there's no hammers. Well, that's because our inventory just doesn't work right and it's not up to date. And I'm like, well then, I guess I'll just go to Amazon. And they're like, well, we can order that for you and have it sent to your house. And I'm like, yeah, I can do that on Amazon. That's what I'm gonna go home and do right now. In fact, I'm gonna order the fucking thing while I'm walking to my car in the parking lot. If I had, if I was somebody who owned a car, which I'm not, fine. I got a lot more time to walk and browse Amazon, and I can have it on the way to my house before I even get home. Like, no, thank you, Home Depot. I came into the store to buy the fucking thing because you're a store and you're supposed to have basic tools in a fucking tool warehouse. So no, I'm not gonna buy it from you and have it sent to my house when Amazon does a much better job at that shit. I don't need this hassle in my life. So this is why I get so like agitated when I hear these retail CEOs complaining and crying and throwing their crybaby fits because we just can't compete with them. What the fuck you mean you can't compete? You got a brick and mortar store that's the size of a warehouse and you can stock it with the things that people are coming in to buy. But since you can't fucking do that basic shit, Amazon's kicking your ass. That's what's happening. I'm done. All right, so I'm chilling back at the place. I had a talk with the landlord about the ceiling situation and the hot water situation, so we'll see how it goes. Being cool about it. He's being cool. I'm just, we're going to try and get it done. Because there are things I could do. I could be a big dick right now, and I just don't have it in. You've seen that I can. If you watch this channel, you know it's in me. I'm trying to be, I'm asking God to do whatever to resolve this in his way. Not my way, because if it was my way, fuck. Things aren't going to work out if I try to do it my way. And so, yeah. So I'm waiting for the delivery from Amazon of the funnel with the filter that I need for the cold brew. If that doesn't show up today, I'm just gonna Cowboy Coffee I'm just gonna go with Cowboy Coffee this time, and I'm just gonna dump it out of the mason jars and just, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna do what it takes. It says it's out for delivery. Amazon transferred it to the U.S. Postal Service. Amazon has the tracking number, and Amazon's telling me it's out for delivery as of 7 o'clock this morning. It's like 1:30 in the afternoon or 2:30, I don't know. It's later in the day. So I'm kind of like, what's going on there? But when you go to the U.S. Postal website, their tracking website's down, and it's not loading, and it's not working for anybody right now. It's completely down. So I guess they'll deliver packages on Sunday, but that seems a little, like, I wonder if that's true, and I wonder if it's just going to show up tomorrow. But I can't let this cold brew sit I can't let it sit overnight again, and I can't let it sit for 48 hours. It won't be right if I do that. So I'm going to have to just do whatever I got to do. I don't think I have I don't have a funnel or coffee filters. I don't have anything to substitute for what I'm waiting to arrive. But, it says it's supposed to be here by 7 o'clock tonight, which that would be fine. If it takes that long, I'm fine with it. I assume I'm going to be doing a live stream here with the Truth Tiger here in a bit, as long as he remembers. And, I keep forgetting about it. But I have a feeling it'll probably show up as I'm doing a live stream, and then somebody will come knocking on the door. Hey, you got a package? Right in the middle of the stream is when it'll happen. So hopefully not. Hopefully I can get this all done today. But I just thought that was strange that I go to the freaking 2 biggest hardware stores in town looking for basic tools, not like complicated tools, but just the basics. I did pick up a set of drill bits at Home Depot. That's one of the things I needed because I got a drill with no bits. So I picked up the drill bits, and I got a crescent wrench, adjustable crescent wrench, because I needed one of those. I found out last weekend that was missing from my bicycle toolkit, and I ran into a need for it. I got away without I used a wrench that was slightly too big for the nut, and I got away with it because it didn't have to be wrenched down super tight. But an adjustable wrench would have saved the day, and I didn't have one because I'm starting over from tools. Imagine a 10-year-old boy who's never had a tool in his life having to build a set of tools from nothing. That's what happened to me when the FBI drove a tank into my house. And so I'm starting over. And you run into things, you're like, oh crap, I used to have a whole workshop full of tools, now I don't got a wrench. So I'm thinking, oh, you could just go to Home Depot. They got wrenches. You can go to Lowe's. They got wrenches. No, they don't. If you need standard SAE wrenches, they got them all day long. But metric, it's like they're looking at you like you're retarded. Like, why would you need one of those? Because it's a wrench. It's a basic tool. And you've got a giant mega warehouse full of tools and stuff, and you don't have a wrench. Come on, what's going on here? The only set of metric box wrenches that I could find, standard box wrenches, that had the complete size and that didn't have half the wrenches stolen out of it, was that one Craftsman set that was $80. They looked like they were nice, but I'm like, for $80, when I can get a set of wrenches that's $30 and has a lifetime warranty on it, I mean, I could buy 2 sets of those and still save money over the Craftsman wrenches. And I'm like, okay, fine. Like, I don't know, man. I'm irritated about that. I'm irritated about that because, like, I can't count the number of times I go to a big giant store like that looking for something that they should carry and they don't have, and it's nowhere to be found. And then they cry and cry and cry about how they're getting killed by the online options. And it's like, yeah, because your store sucks. That's why you're getting killed. Most people would like to be able to go to the store and get what they need and come home and have the thing in their hand, or go to the store and look at the thing in your hand so you can see, is this what I actually want? I looking at a picture on Amazon, you never really know what you're going to get until it shows up. Like those coffee filters that I put in my jars yesterday. The last time I bought coffee filters like that to put in mason jars, they were more expensive than these and they were flimsy. But I still bought them because they worked. But you had to be real careful with them, and they were you couldn't be too rough with them. I always cleaned them in the dishwasher, but you could not handle them roughly at all. You couldn't scrub them with a sponge. You'd end up ripping them apart. These things are like some solid steel. These things are like, I don't even think Superman could crush these things in his hand. They're solid filters. I'm like, wow. But they were the cheapest ones. That's the funny thing, is they were the cheapest ones. And I said, all these things suck. Just go with the cheapest one. And it turns out the cheapest one is, like, I'm telling you, these are infinitely better than the ones I had before. And I will always buy this specific one from now on because they're just like night and day comparison. But like I said, you never really know what you're going to get when you order from Amazon. Is it going to be garbage or is it going to be quality? And you never really know until the thing shows up. And so that's a benefit. That's why people would like to be able to go to the store. But the store, you pretty much know that if you go and get something at a store, it's going to be the shittiest one. It's going to be whatever the crappy. If you need to go get a salt and pepper mill, you're going to find the crappiest one that you could possibly buy, and that's going to be the only one they sell. But you go on Amazon, and you're going to have 50 different ones to pick from. It's going to be like sensory overload, and you're going to have to sit there and do research and be like, well, which salt and pepper shaker or which salt and pepper grinder is the best one? Well, let's look at all the reviews. Let's look at the reviews with the photos. How many of them fell apart when people bought, oh, this brand has 6 different ones to pick from, and that's a good brand, but which one of those do I want? And like, you could spend an hour and a half trying to find a pepper mill. Because there were 50 that I was thinking about, but I narrowed it down to 13, and now I'm just kind of going through, and now I've got it narrowed down to 3, and I think it's just going to be the price. I'm going to go with the cheapest of those 3, and you could spend 3 hours shopping for something dumb. And back in the day, you could just go to the store and get the thing, but you can't do that anymore. That's why shopping malls are ghost towns. They're buried. They're empty. boarded up and getting ready to be bulldozed for. And the funny thing is they can't even bulldoze the dilapidated empty mall because there aren't any stores that they can build in its place. Like, they're going to have to turn it back into farmland or something like they've done with Detroit. You know, Detroit used to be a thriving city. It was one of the biggest cities in America. And then they sent everybody's job to Mexico and Timbuktu and other countries. And now the whole city of Detroit is just a fucking wasteland. You could buy a house you could trade an old VCR from 1990. And you could trade somebody an old VCR for a house in Detroit. I could probably take $50, the last $50 I have, and go to Detroit and buy myself a house right now. And the city is so crazy, it's so bad, and the population has dwindled to the point where they're bulldozing houses and turning all the land back into farmland. They're literally building farms in the city of Detroit because whole neighborhoods have been completely wiped out from everybody moving away or going broke and becoming homeless and destitute or getting strung out on crack or meth or whatever the fuck they did because there's no more jobs there anymore. And so it's like, you know, whenever I go to the store and I see that, like, Home Depot and Lowe's at the same time can't sell me a fucking wrench, it just, like, you know, all these thoughts start going through my head. Well, that's because America is a shithole. It's a third world country. It's nobody's got jobs anymore, and everything's going out of business. And, you know, where Home Depot and Lowe's are right, well, about, you know, give it 10 years, those will be farms because nobody can live here anymore. It'll be like Thomas Jefferson said, where if you let the banks control the economy, I'm paraphrasing him a little bit, but Thomas Jefferson basically said, if you let the banksters control our economy with fake currency and inflation and deflation and play all their fucking games, we're going to end up homeless, surrounded by a bunch of empty houses that are owned by the banks. And that's exactly what's happening right now in America. You know, eventually all of us, not just me, all of us are going to be homeless, and we're going to be surrounded by neighborhoods of empty buildings and empty houses that nobody can afford to buy because the banks own them all. And these banksters are just going to be living in their gated mansion on the hill, in their hardened bunkers because they know that the people are after their heads. And I don't know. I mean, their dark days are ahead. Dark days are ahead. Nobody can afford eggs. When the fuck did I think when I was 12 years old, when I was like 19 years old, 18 years old, that eggs would be a fucking delicacy in America, that you'd have to be rich to be able to eat eggs? But here we are. Here we are. Nobody can eat eggs anymore because they're too expensive. Like, I don't remember the last time I had a steak. Fuck, I don't even know. But that's where we're at right now. That's where we're at in America. This whole country is just going down the fucking toilet. And, you know, Donald Trump, we got all these politicians promising us, oh, we're gonna get to the bottom of this, and we're gonna get all those pedophiles that raped kids on Jeffrey Epstein Island. They're gonna see. No, they're not. They're not gonna see justice. Because justice is for just us, which means just them, the elite, the rich, the people that run this country, the people that own this country. It's just us. That's why it's called justice, because it's just them. It's just for them. It's not for you. It's not for the peasants. It's for them. They get to keep raping kids. They can fuck you over. They can do whatever the fuck they want. Hunter Biden, he didn't have to stop smoking crack, did he? He's got a pardon. He can pick up the crack pipe today and get high all he fucking wants. But the guy who posted mean tweets and went to prison for 2 years for mean tweets, I can't smoke a joint. I'd go back to prison for that. So, you know, fuck these people. I'm done. I gotta stop for a minute. All right. As promised, instead of sitting around complaining about the world, I'm going to finish up this cold brew. You can see that they're a little bit darker than they were yesterday. They've been sitting for more than 12 or more than 14 hours and less than 24. That's all you can really ask for here. So, when I do anything in the kitchen, when I cook, when I do anything in the kitchen, the first thing I always do is bring out all the equipment that I need. Like whatever utensils, whatever equipment, whatever stuff I need to prepare whatever it is that I'm trying to make. I gather all that up first. Then I gather all the ingredients, all the food ingredients, everything, and if there's a list of ingredients for something that you're going to cook, whatever the case may be, I gather it all up and I bring it out and I have it out in the open. Because if I don't, it'll be like my prison chi-chi the other day. If I don't do that, I'll forget something like the ranch dressing. And that was an important part of my prison chi-chi. In fact, I had to make another prison chi-chi a couple of days after that because I needed to try it with the ranch dressing, but everything else remaining the same. So Amazon came, or the post office came, they dropped off my order. The thing I was waiting for to finish this off, I got a nice stainless steel funnel. And this particular funnel came with 4 of these mesh filters. These are really good at getting the sediment out. Any remaining sediment that the filter inside the glass jar doesn't capture, this filter is a finer mesh. It will help to capture them. I'm going to use these things right out the gate. Sometimes you have to soak these filters in water, or the coffee won't flow through them properly. But I'm going to see how they work right out the gate. If I don't get a good flow rate through these, if they clog or if they don't flow properly, then I might turn around and like soak them or run water through them and get them a little bit wet and see if they work any better. If the first 2, for example, but I've got 4 of these things. So if one gets clogged during this process, I could just swap it out and then I can rinse them and wash them off when it's over. It also came with this like tamper. I don't know if this is going to help, but this can help. I know that like usually I have to do something to get that last little bit of coffee to go through the filter because it does kind of collect and pool up. You'll see as I'm doing this. And then I just got this big bowl. This actually worked really great for the salads yesterday. Sometimes it doesn't look like it's that big of a bowl, but the salad only came up halfway. And so this is a great bowl for the salads. So I'm glad I got that, even though it's plastic. I think it was $9, so it wasn't super expensive. I can drop it. It's not going to break. Eventually, that's going in my camping equipment when I have a real kitchen someday. This will go right in my camping equipment. I can nest other bowls inside of this that are I've already got it figured out. So a lot of the things I'm buying for my tiny house are eventually going to be camping gear when I get a real house or a real place to live someday. So I'm keeping, I got multi-purpose in mind when I'm doing stuff like that. So I've got the filter, I got the 2 glass milk bottles that I'm going to transfer that to. It'll take up less space in the fridge. It holds the same amount of coffee. And then I'm probably not going to brew anymore right now because I don't have time to do anything tomorrow. And I've got plenty of coffee. So sometime during the week, I'm just going to do this process again. And then I'm just going to need a little bit of water because you'll see that when I'm done filtering, there will be a little bit of space at the top of this bottle that it's not full all the way to the top. And you definitely want to make sure that you top off the bottle because the 4 ounces of coffee that you're using to brew your cold brew is meant for a half gallon of water. And if you short that, believe me, I have taken these jars, dumped them straight into these bottles, and then taken the next bottle and topped off the bottle with the previous, and done that all the way through. And the coffee turned out too strong. I was having a headache, heart palpitations. My heart felt like it was going to explode. It was too strong. Just that little bit of getting the ratio wrong was enough to throw me into cardiac arrest one day. And I had to bang on my chest and do the Bears fan routine that Chris Farley used to have to do whenever he was having a heart attack. And so you just got to watch it. Make sure you don't get the mix wrong. But I'm going to get my I'm going to get my tripod out and see if I can set this up in a way that I can show you what I'm doing. All right, this is the best I can do, man. This is the focal length on this camera is just not focal length. The focal length on this lens, the furthest I can zoom out, just isn't right for what I'm trying to do here. I could use my GoPro cameras. They have a real wide angle lens that would be perfect for this. But once again, nothing says this is a quality food preparation and cooking show like seeing a toilet in the background where you're preparing your food. Once again, make sure you take note of that. I want to see you make comments about it. I want to see all the trolls in the comments section on this one. So what I'm going to do here, take that filter, I'm going to pop one of these in, and then it's just that simple. I'm going to, first of all, get this out of the way. All I'm going to do is unscrew this flip top lid, set it off to the side, and then I'm going to take my insert filter and I'm going to pull it out, and I'm going to let some of that, I'm going to make sure all the water and coffee drains out of the filter while I sit here, kind of shake it a little bit. It's down to a slow drip. Then I'm going to quickly drop it into the bowl here, turn it upside down, and just tap out the coffee grounds. Dump them out. You're not going to get them all out, but you'll be able to get a lot of them out. And then I'm just going to leave it there for a minute. I'll clean that up later. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to do that with the other bottle here. I like to do one task at a time. So I'm going to pop that off. I'm going to do the same thing. Drain the excess water. A little shake. And then transfer this over to the bowl real fast so I don't get coffee everywhere. Tap this out. Dump it out. I'll wash that out later. That's my cleanup stage. Now, I'm going to put the caps back on these bottles. They have a nice rubber seal, so I don't have to worry about anything leaking out the bottom here. And I'm going to take this. Here we go. I've never used these before. I don't know how good these filters are going to go, but I'm just going to pour the coffee into this filter, and it's already looking like yeah, you got to get these wet before you use them. This isn't working. This coffee should just flow right through that filter, and it's barely going through. So that tells me right off the bat I gotta soak these filters. Give me a second, I'll take care of that. All right, I've got the 3 filters in a little thing of water here, just soaking up water. This one started to flow a little bit better because obviously it's getting wet as I'm pouring the coffee in. But if they start out dry for some reason, and this is something I've learned with these mesh filters, there you go. Now it's actually flowing. Now that the thing's wet, for some reason the coffee flows right through them when they're wet. But when they're not wet, when you don't have these things wet to begin with, the coffee will just drip through. And so now it's doing what it's supposed to do. So keep that in mind. Run them under a sink. Just make sure that they're wet before you use them. And you'll see, you can look down the side of my jar. There's all that sediment that didn't get trapped by the filter inside the jar. Okay? Now, if I move this mesh filter around and make sure I get out all the liquid that's in there, all the liquid to go through, you're going to see there's a bunch of sediment that this filter captured. So that's all the sediment. By taking this extra step of running it through another filter, I'm getting all of that sediment out of my coffee. It's not a necessary step. To be honest, it's not that big of a deal, but now you can see my jar is not completely full. If I were to take the coffee from this jar and transfer it to this jar to fill it up all the way, my heart's going to explode, probably. So this is why I take some extra filtered water, and I just go in here and I top it off to the top, put my 5-second rule. Nothing says it's a good cooking show like dropping something on the floor and just continuing to use it. It was less. 5-second rule is in effect on Adam's cooking with nothing series, and you just want to give this a nice little swirl. And so there you go. I got a half, or what is it? Yeah, it's a half gallon of cold brew coffee. That's all it takes. If I wasn't messing around with a video camera and all the different parts to it that you've watched, it would have been even faster. So I'm going to do this with the other. Take the other jar, take my filter, take one of these wet filters, throw it in there, pop the cap off, and I'm going to do the same thing. Just going to be very careful, and that's flowing right through. This is going to take no time at all. Huge difference between using the filters dry versus using them wet. I can't stress that enough. Kind of sucks. It's a little extra step, but you saw how quick that was. There's all the sediment that I captured in the filter. I'll set that over here in the bowl. These are all the things I gotta wash after I'm done. Wash these jars out, wash these lids, all that. Now I've got most of a jar of cold brew, and I'm just going to top it off. Normally, I would have a bottle of water in the fridge that's already cold, and I'm mixing cold brew with cold water. It doesn't really matter because it's going back in the fridge, and of course I didn't have enough to fill that up. So I'm just going to top it off. Top it off. Of course, I got to make more of a mess. But anyway, there you go. It's done. Put the cap on. Take a little paper towel. Wipe off my bottle, make sure that's all nice and clean. Another bottle of Adam's Cold Brew that is going to taste 100 times better than anything that you buy at the store. That's pre-made, guaranteed. I don't even have to taste it. I already know this is going to be off the chain. It's going to probably be the best tasting coffee I've had since last April when I came home from prison and we were making the cold brew in the apartment on a regular basis. So now I'm just putting that in the fridge along with my other coffee. Throw the cap back on this bottle. I'll have to just do a little bit of cleanup, wash a couple of dishes. It's gonna have to dump out these coffee grounds in the garbage, wash out the filters, the different jars. It's gonna, probably about 10-15 minutes of cleanup time. If you got yourself a dishwasher, all of these things can be thrown in the dishwasher, and that's that. But I'm too broke to have a dishwasher, so I'm just gonna work on, I'm gonna have to wash as if I'm back in prison, where my toilet is right next to my sink, and we're just gonna go like that. But that wraps up today's video. I know it's a long one. I'm just piecing together videos I've shot over the last couple of days. And who knows when it's going to upload to YouTube, but we'll talk again later. Alright, so I'm not quite done with the video yet. Like I said, I would be. But this is what it looks like when I go grocery shopping and I fill up a cart. And you watch. I'm not going to film the whole thing because I got to get out of here and go back. But I'm going to fit all this stuff in that backpack. And except for the bread and possibly a couple other things that I don't want to get crushed, but everything on this cart is going to fit in this backpack. Alright, so I lied about that. I've got 3 light bags, some corn chips, paper towels, bread, and some salads. But that's easy to carry. And then I've got the rest of it in a backpack. And, 3 lightweight bags in a backpack's no big deal to walk a mile. All right, so it's been a long day, man. Long Sunday, but I try to get all this crap done on Sunday. So as you can see, my coffee station, everything's clean. It's just, I set it out to dry. And I decided to go do the grocery shopping today because Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I don't want to leave the tiny house. If I go outside, it's going to be to work on a bicycle. That might be the only reason. Or to just step outside for a minute and get some fresh air. But I just came back from good old Target with my grocery backpack. I'm definitely throwing my back out lately. It's I've noticed some pain in the back from all the cycling and all the stuff, but it's not, I don't think it's serious. I just got to I got to start doing some yoga along with all this, but I'm getting so much good exercise right now in spite of how frustrating this is and having to do all of this. Everything I do right now is extremely difficult because of the situation I'm in. So it's better than being homeless. It's cold out today. It's like 40-something degrees in Houston. I am so absolutely sick and tired of winter. They keep telling me I'm going to hate the summer here. You're going to hate the summer. No, I'm not. I guarantee you I'm not going to hate it. Maybe by the time August gets here, I might be like, boy, I can't wait for a cool day. But I'm not going to hate it. I don't hate the heat. I don't hate hot weather. I don't. I hate the cold. I hate the cold. That's not why I came to Houston, but that was a big thing to look forward to in spite of my shitty life and everything that's happened. At least I get a chance to live somewhere warm. And I'm thankful for the fact that I can walk to the grocery store and I can walk to places and I can ride a bicycle 20 miles each way to work. And there hasn't really been a day this whole winter where I couldn't do that stuff. Even when it snowed here, it didn't snow so bad that I wouldn't have been able to ride my bike. Everything was closed and I didn't have to for that reason. So, I'm not that upset about the weather. But I'm ready for the heat. I'm ready to be warm. I'm ready to just wear shorts and not have to wear long sleeves. It was a chilly walk to and from the grocery store, at which point I was thinking, man, you should have wore long sleeves. But I'm back, and I'm just going to go through the routine of showing you what's in the backpack. Just because, two things. Living in a tiny house with no vehicle and no transportation, you can make it work. If I can make it work, anybody can make this work. There's more than one way to do it. And, I'm just going to go through. I'm going to show you what fits in this backpack. And I'm a prepper. So I'm buying, I'm stocking up on things. Every time I go to the grocery store, I'm not just buying groceries for the week. I'm trying to create a good stockpile of food and things like that. So one thing I did find in my random gear as I was going through some of the stuff this week, I got a hanging scale. And so I've had this for a long time. I don't know how this made it out of all the random things, but here we go. Let's lift up this backpack and see what it weighs. Of course the phone's not gonna give me a good reading here. All right. Can I see that on? Can I get that to read on the phone? Okay. 35 and something pounds. 35 and some change. 35 pounds and some change. Plus paper towels, potato chips, bread, and some salads. So let me put the phone on the tripod here as I put the groceries away. And I'll just show you what I bought, why I bought it, and how I'm basically creating a stockpile of food. I'm definitely at the point right now where if I didn't go grocery shopping today and I skipped a week, I can get to next weekend without having to go grocery shopping. I could already last a week based on the food that I have here in the house. I would not have to go grocery shopping for another week. So now I'm trying to get to the point where I have enough stuff in the place where I don't have to go grocery shopping for 2 weeks. And so I'm trying to stock up. So I have 2 weeks worth of food. I can make stuff. I can make a variety of things, storable food and, stuff in the freezer, in the fridge, and just being strategic about it, but being able to have enough stuff in reserve that I can go 2 weeks without grocery shopping and still eat and not starve. And really, by the end of the 2 weeks, I'd probably be like, man, running low, I'd probably be having to be really creative. But it is what it is. And I'm just, I'm looking for places to actually put food and like, because I'm in this tiny little house, and how much room do I really have to store things? So maybe my next thing that I should stock up on would be getting a few milk crates, because you can stack them. You can put all kinds of food in them. You can stack them on top of each other. You can put them under this bed. You can put them under that table. You can put them in, you can tuck them in over here on the floor next to the sink there. I could stack 2 milk crates. And so I could maybe start using some milk crates. And milk crates don't cost much of anything. You can get them on Amazon, or you can just find them in play. You can find them. So maybe some milk crates that I can stack on top of each other. They're sturdy, they're stackable, you can put a lot of stuff in them, and it will keep things organized and out of the way. This little cabinet here, as you can see, it doesn't go all the way back to the wall. It's got this drop shelf in the back. So it's actually a pretty skinny cabinet. It doesn't hold a lot of stuff. It's already crammed pretty full, and it's got all kinds of random stuff in it. So storage is a problem when you live in a tiny house. Shelving, things like that. Shelving, boxes, crates, stackable stuff, things that you can cram under things, and all that kind of stuff. And I've got more space up in the top of that loft too. Those boxes can go back. There's a whole bunch of room behind that stuff that you see up there. The stuff is just put on the edge like that because I don't have a proper ladder to get up there and really take advantage of that space. But if it came down to it, I can fit twice as much stuff up there than what's up there. And so I'm also getting the ceiling done this week, supposedly. That's supposed to happen on Friday. It's Sunday right now. That's supposed to be in the works on Friday. We talked about that today. The heater, the water heater, they want to replace the electric water heater with a propane water heater, which means they've got to get an electrician here and a propane guy and a plumber or whatever they do, and like rework some of this stuff. And that's why he's taking so long. And I'm just like, the water heater's broke. If you just replace the electric water heater, it would probably fix the problem. Boom, done. But a propane water heater would probably do a better job heating the water. It'd probably heat the water faster. I don't pay for the utilities here, so it's like whatever. But I'm like, that's the one thing that'll be left after the ceiling is done that I'm just hoping that it gets resolved. But anyway, I'll dig into this backpack and we'll see what we got in the grocery department and what I'm going to do with it, and how I'm like, slowly creating a stockpile of food that fits in a tiny house on a budget. And so that if the money runs out, if I don't get paid for a month, if something happens, some crazy shit happens, and all of a sudden I'm destitute, facing homelessness again, at least I can eat until I get evicted. I know it might be boring for some people to watch a guy open up his grocery bags, but I don't know. This is part of living in a tiny house when you came in here with nothing, or obviously I didn't come here with nothing. I had a hanging scale to weigh my backpack, my 35-pound backpack with. Like, why do I have a hanging scale and I don't have spoons? I don't have, it's like the random things that I have and the things that I don't have, that blows my mind on a regular basis. But these big-ass mosquitoes were getting on my nerves. I had to pay $2 and get myself a fly swatter, even though I don't want to smack the spray foam above me and knock more of that down. as I'm seeing these giant mosquitoes flying around, I'm going to be like, bam, motherfucker, you're done. Lights out. You picked the wrong place to chill today, homie. Boom. $2. It can't go wrong with that. There's going to be a lot of dead, big-ass mosquito bodies laying around the floor. And then I've got a duster. I've been noticing not just the spray foam dust that's coming down, but, just dust. I've had to walk around with a paper towel and wipe dust off of things. And so I don't want to get a duster with these disposable things. So this thing was like $5. You can take this thing off and put it in the washing machine and reuse it. I didn't see any of the refills for the fuzzy duster, but I can hang this up where the broom and dustpan are over there, and I've got I'm a step up on being able to keep my place clean. So that was worth it, because things get dusty and a duster comes in handy. It's the quickest way to get that off. Got some paper towels. I don't mind throwing away paper towels. I use paper towels for napkins and as paper towels. I always get like the really big, thick, fat rolls of paper towels because I don't want to change the roll. But these are the cheap Target brand. That's probably the best value on paper towels, and I'm just going to set them right there. It's a good spot for them. Picked up got a little bit of bread. Always running low on bread. My freezer's not big enough to store bread. Or I would buy enough bread. I would buy like 3 months worth of bread at one time and just throw it in a freezer if I had a big enough freezer. I was on Facebook Marketplace just poking around, just seeing what was on there. $75, somebody's selling a chest freezer. It's like I think it's like a 5 cubic foot chest freezer. It's about the same height as the refrigerator that you see in here without the freezer on top, and a little bit wider. It would literally fit right next to the sink here in this tiny house. $75 for a chest freezer that would normally be like $300-400, and it looked brand new. So once again, Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, you never know. You can find things. A chest freezer would be a game changer in this place. I could stock up months worth of food with even a small chest freezer like that. Oh my God, the things I could do would just be amazing. But for now, I don't want to spend $75. I don't know how I would get it here. The town is like 15 miles away, unless I could get the guy to bring it here for me. But I'm not. I'm on a spending freeze. I got my groceries. I got my cold brew kit. That cost a little bit of money. And I got a couple of tools at Home Depot today, some drill bits and a couple of wrenches. And boom, I'm cutting it off. Got my brake pads coming on Monday. I've got the tires from my bike that came last week. So, I mean, every time I spend money, it's something that I either need or it's like preparedness oriented. It's just something that I either need or I might need. Salad. 2 bags of salad. Spicy jalapeno chopped salad kit. So now I can cut. That was another thing. I didn't go to Burger King. Once again, I was a good boy. I walked past Burger King on my way home from the grocery store, and I thought to myself, man, it would be so easy to just go get some double cheeseburgers off the dollar menu, come back, and just devour some quick, just sit down and eat. But then I thought, I'm like, I've got cheddar dogs, I got buns, I got an onion. I got a couple of onions. I can chop up some onions. Boom, boom, boom. I've got some American cheese. I can add to the dogs. I've got bacon, and I've got this Chipotle ranch sauce. So I'm gonna have some bacon cheddar dogs with Chipotle ranch sauce and chopped onions. And just the thought of that, because I have all this stuff now, because I'm starting to get into the rhythm, I'm like, why would I go to Burger King when I can have Chipotle ranch cheddar dogs with chopped onions and bacon? I mean, that sounds a hell of a lot better than some crappy Burger King. couple of burgers with a shoe print on it, and you know, just I mean, it's not healthy food, but I'm making it at home. I'm spending less money. It's gonna taste better than Burger King, and it kept me from going into that damn place. So, right there, we're good. I got some Tostitos, hint of queso, 2 bags, because at Target, when something's on sale, this one thing I can't stand about Target, when something's on sale, two for $7. These, I believe, were 2 for $9. 2 for $9. You have to buy 2 to get the deal. Normally, when you go to the grocery store and it's like 2 for $5, you can get 1 and it's $2.50. They just put the sign. They make the sign say 2 for $5 to try to trick you into buying 2, but you'll still get the price of $2.50 if you only buy 1. Not at Target. They're very adamant about, on the little signs on the sticker, you have to read the fine print. It says you have to buy 2, otherwise you're paying full price. The other thing with potato chips you got to watch out for, because of the fuck Joe Biden economy right now, you're going to go and find a bag of potato chips and you're going to be like, oh, those look good. And it's going to be 75% air and 25% potato chips floating around at the bottom of the bag. So there were some other chips, but I picked up the bag and I'm like, that just seems like a bag of air with like 3 chips in it. And there's no clear window to actually see what's going on inside those bags. And so I'm like, no, I'm staying away from that. I'm going to come home. There's going to be like 4 freaking tortilla chips in this bag of air, thanks to Joe Biden. I'll go with the one with the clear window, and it actually says it's 12 ounces instead of 7 ounces or whatever. But like, they're playing all kinds of games at the grocery store now with trying to pretend that the prices aren't going up because they're just taking stuff away. They'll sell it to you for the same price, but they'll give you half of what you used to get in the same. They'll just fill the bag with air and give you like 6 potato chips and charge you $5. So you gotta watch out. I did notice that eggs, I was talking about eggs being a delicacy. I noticed today that eggs were, I think, $4 a dozen. I don't know if that's a good or bad price right now because I was in prison. So I don't even remember what eggs cost before I went to prison. I know $4 at one point would have been like, oh my God, $4 for eggs? But in this day and age, I don't think $4 is bad, because I thought just recently weren't eggs going for like $10, $12 a dozen? So I don't know, is $4 a dozen good price for eggs? The cage-free eggs were a little bit more, but not much. I didn't see any eggs going for $10, $12 a dozen. I saw like 4, maybe 5 for the cage-free, the brown cage-free eggs. I don't know. Anyway, got some Tostitos. That's like my crunchy topping for, that's the crunchy topping for the prison cheese. But I also have black beans. I got some refried beans. I've got queso and salsa. So I could do like I could just do chips and salsa. I could do chips and cheese. I could do, there's 20 different things I could do here with this. So, but I only have 1 bag of Cheetos to put on top of my prison cheese, and so I figured I'd restock that. Now, these bags of ramen noodles are 99 cents right now, and I'm like, I never thought I'd eat this garbage again when I was in prison, but 99 cents for 6 packs of ramen noodles. I mean, if you're trying to stock up and you're poor and you just need like some storable food for when the shit hits the fan, the apocalypse, the end of days, the throne of judgment, the mark of the beast, whatever's coming, whatever they're doing next week, it's not gonna hurt. It's not gonna hurt. You won't starve. Got another one of those. Let's see. These have been on sale. These peanut snacks. These the s'mores are the best. The peanut snacks. I got 2 of those. They're on sale. If I go to, I'm only buying them when they're on sale because they're too expensive when they're not on sale. But when they're on sale, I'm gonna buy them. and I'll just buy a couple at a time. I'm not eating them every day. Got some pepperoni, prison cheese, pepperoni. I mean, if I start doing like, I don't know if I can't really do frozen pizzas unless I go in the house and use the oven in there. But pepperoni, it's meat that you don't have to keep refrigerated. You can keep that on, you can keep it in your pantry for a period of time. Until May 6th. May 6th, I think, of this year. 2025, it looks like. Yeah. So I got a couple months. I don't even have to refrigerate it till I open it up, then I'll throw it in the fridge. Some more ramen. That's $3 worth of ramen right there. Got some aluminum foil. I got the cheapest roll, the cheapest, crappiest roll. I'm not really using it that much, but I ran into a situation where I wanted to cover up a bowl of food and put it in the fridge overnight, and I didn't have anything to cover it up with. And so I'm like, well, gotta get some plastic wrap or some tin foil. Tin foil, if I was getting one or the other, I'd go with aluminum foil because you can wrap things with it, and there's other things you can use aluminum. You can make an aluminum foil hat. That if you're a conspiracy theorist, it'll keep the 5G waves from melting your brain. Or you can cover up a bowl of food, or you can wrap up a sandwich, or whatever you need to do. So I got some aluminum foil. Another pack of ramen noodles. That's $4 worth of ramen noodles. That, my God, man, those packs of ramen, when I was in prison, in Butler County Jail, Butler County Prison, Pennsylvania, one pack of ramen noodles was $1.50. Okay? $1.50 for one pack of ramen noodles. That's how much the private prison system and the private industry around prisons is gouging prisoners and their families for you being in prison. Yeah, we'll let you buy a pack of ramen noodles, but we're going to charge you $1.50 for one pack. Now I go to Target, I get this whole thing. I get 6 of them for $1. Okay, so $1.50 is one of these and half of one of these. It's that much. So, I mean, 6 of those, I mean, that's a lot of prison chi-chis. That's the only thing I will make with those, actually. Like, I will not eat the ramen noodles plain. The only thing I will ever do with those is make a chi-chi. That is the only thing I will do with those. I've got plenty of them. I'm not buying any more for a while. Orange juice. I'm kind of disappointed in the orange juice selection at Target. I like to have some pulp. I don't like to have no pulp, and I don't like to have half of the bottle is pulp. I like some pulp. Well, at Target, it's either, and I don't want to buy concentrate. I don't want orange juice from concentrate. It's got to be fresh. I don't even like Tropicana that much. Like, as a brand, I would go with the cheaper brand because it's all the same. It's orange juice. It's like, who cares what brand it is? It's a fucking orange, and it's the juice from the orange. Who cares who put it in the bottle for me? But this is the only one that they have in all the orange juice shelf that has some pulp. The other ones, the Simply Orange, which is the ones that are the bigger bottles, I'd like to get a bigger bottle. But it's either 3/4 of the way pulp with a little bit of juice at the top, or no pulp at all. And I'm like Goldilocks. It's either too much pulp, no pulp. I want the one right in the middle, and that's the only one they carry. I'm like an orange juice Goldilocks. So there we go. Because this worked out so good for the prison chi-chis, I got some sausages, pre-cooked Jimmy Dean sausages. I'm going to put one in the freezer and one in the fridge. And then I'm just going to work through that. I'm definitely going to make another prison chi-chi at some point in the next week. Probably Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. I don't know which one. But it's freaking delicious, man. It's delicious. It doesn't sound like it would be, but it's actually pretty damn good. I found a pack of pre-cooked bacon, 12-ounce box now, and these are $10. It was like a 9-ounce box for $10, but then I saw next to it they had these bigger boxes, and this was $10. Okay, give me 3 more ounces. for the same price. Don't twist my arm on that one. Instant rice. This is one of the things I was missing when I made my prison chi-chi the last time, and I showed you in the video. I said one of the things I was missing that you don't. It's optional, but usually you want to have some instant rice and the ramen noodles in the base. So now, got the instant rice. Normally, now I was talking about one of the next things I'm going to get for my tiny house and my non-kitchen is a rice cooker. And I'm going to get a rice cooker that has a steamer basket on top of it so I can cook rice and vegetables together in one pot. And so rice, vegetables, if I start cooking some rice and some vegetables, and then I get out the cast iron pan and I fry up some fish or some chicken or burger, whatever the heck I come up with, I can do a 3-course meal, starch, veggies, and meat without having a kitchen. I saw this next to the pepperoni, some sliced chorizo. Ooh. So that sounds pretty good. That's going in the prison chi-chi. That could be mixed in. I could do like a cheese dip with these Tostitos. Do a little bit of bacon and chorizo and queso and some salsa. Mix it all together. Make a dip for the Tostitos. I don't know. Let's see here. This was on sale. The same coffee I bought yesterday. It was 25% off today. So it was cheaper today than it was yesterday. I got 1 bag. So I've got 3 bags plus 1. So that's 12, 24, 36, 30, 7, 3, 8. So I've got 40 ounces of coffee. It takes 4 ounces to make a half gallon. So that's 5 gallons of coffee that I can make with the coffee supply that I have. And I can't remember. I go through about a 48-ounce bottle of the pre-brewed iced coffee. Lasts me about 2 days. Typically, I remember from back in the day, a half gallon was about 2.5 days. So if I make 5 gallons, 2.5 days per half gallon, so that's 5 days per gallon times 5 gallons. That's 25 days worth of coffee that I've got here in the house. I don't have to leave. I've got 25 gallons now. I can store 25 gallons worth of brewed cold brew coffee in the space that it takes to put 4 of these bags. So, and I can make it anytime I want. So I can't even, there was no other way to keep coffee like that. Because you have to keep it refrigerated unless it's that concentrated stuff. And that concentrated stuff was terrible. It tasted bad. I didn't like it. So that was part of the motivation for me to, I'm like, I got to do this cold brew setup. As soon as I get my next paycheck, I'm going to put it towards that. So that's the thing that was driving me to the grocery store over and over again. First week that I was in this tiny house, I went to the grocery store like 3 times. Now I'm going on Sundays. And now I'm getting to the point where I can skip a week. I could skip 2 weeks at some. Like, I'm getting close to the point where I can just say, you know what? I'm not going grocery shopping for 2 weeks. I'm just going to eat what I got here. I will pretty much drain my resources here, and I'll be back to having nothing in the pantry and in the fridge, but I could do it. Salsa con queso, salsa with queso. It was a little bit cheaper than the queso dip, so I got 2 of these and 1 of these, stocking up on the cheese sauce. It's good for the cheese. Like I said, I could have a snack. I could make some nachos. The cheese sauce. I could put this cheese sauce on I might just put a little bit of cheese sauce on my hot dogs or my cheddar dogs tonight. Another salsa con queso. So I definitely have 1 more jar of that. So that's 4 jars that I have in stock right now. And it's not like I'm going through a jar a day. So that's weeks worth of queso. What I'm trying to do is build up ingredients and build up a stockpile of things so that I don't have to keep going to the grocery store for the same thing over and over. So each time I go to the grocery store, I can come up with new things to grab. And it'll give me more opportunities, more things I can cook. And I'm really going to start getting into like cooking. I haven't gotten any raw meat yet. I'm really just getting started. But I want to get back into cooking all my own food. I don't want to go to restaurants. The only time I really feel like I could justify going to a restaurant would be like going to get Chick-fil-A for breakfast after I rode my bicycle 20 miles to get to work. I'm not going to take my breakfast with me because by the time I get there, I'm going to want something more substantial than some trail mix. I had to get a jar of jelly. I got a jar in the fridge. I always want to have a jar of jelly in reserve. The Target brand was on sale. This is organic cherry pomegranate fruit spread. Sounds freaking delicious. I was like, I'll get a jar. We'll see what's up. If it's good, I'll stock up. Got some refried beans. These are like 89 cents a can. So that's for the prison cheese. I could make chip dip. I could, I could get a handful of other things. I could start making burritos. I could get, I can make chicken burritos, beef burritos. There's all kinds of, you can make all kinds of stuff. That's just a base ingredient. Comfort food. Comfort food. It's bad for you. It's not great. But I mean, I don't want to go to Burger King. So, I'll keep moving towards healthier stuff as time moves on. Another storable food, black beans. Instead of the pouches of the black beans, they were like $2.50. These were like 99 cents, 89 cents, something like that. So I got 4 cans of the black beans, 4 cans of the refried beans. Here we go. More black beans, more refried beans. Let's see, and where are we at? We at the still, so yeah, more refried beans and more black beans. So I think that covers everything that fit in the grocery backpack today. And like I said, this is more than a week's worth of food. Some of this stuff I'll burn through in less than a week. But each time I go to the grocery store, I'm picking up things, and I'm picking up more than I need so that the next time I go to the grocery store, I can get other things, and I can just keep... I'll make a list every time I go to the grocery store, and typically that list comes from my mind going, what do I want to make next week? What ingredients do I want to get to make stuff with? Go get to the store and get that. So in the first week that I lived in this tiny little house, it was literally like going on a shitty camping trip where it's raining all weekend and you got nothing to cook with. So I'm like, okay, cheddar dogs, sliced cheese, hot dog buns. I got some horseradish sauce but it could have been mustard. Basically, I'm making cheddar dogs. Oh, mac and cheese. You can make that real easy. But then I get back here and I'm like, oh, I don't got a pot. I don't got a pot to boil water in yet. So, like, the first week or two that I was living in this tiny house, I could barely do anything. It was like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, cheddar dogs, and I had that tiny little fridge. I couldn't do anything with it. I came up with some wraps because that was pretty easy. I had, I could get some cold cuts, cheeses. Didn't really need any, like, kitchen stuff to make those wraps. And so that's where I'm at. So now I'm like, okay, I can cook a little bit. I got a bigger fridge. I got 3 pre-made salads, so I can have salads 3 days this week before I have to go back to the store and get those. I got peanut butter and jelly for the days that I'm riding my bicycle and I'm not, like, I'm either going to come home from riding my bicycle and I'm going to make a stack of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, or I'm going to have a salad, because that's about the energy level I'm going to be at. So... But I am formulating, okay, what do you want to cook next? You've got a cast iron pan, you've got a pot, you've got some different things. What can you do? What healthy stuff can you do? I went and checked out the fish section at Target in the frozen foods because I didn't see any fresh seafood, but they had frozen tilapia, haddock, cod, salmon, and other things. I'm like, okay, well, you could probably make something happen with that. So I just got all these ideas going. I'm going to start cooking again. I love to cook. I just haven't done it since I got out of prison. And so it's like, it's hard to get the train moving down the track. But once it gets going, it's going. And you're not going to be able to stop it. And with that, I'm going to say goodbye for now. And we'll talk on the next video. For real this time.